Yeah, let me make some room.
Just mess.
She knows.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for March 26, 2024. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karsbach.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Kurtz.
Here.
And Trustee Albright is absent.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight that wishes to speak on to something that is not on tonight's agenda. Let's see here. Most of these, except for the update from the Rocky Mountain Conservancy, we'll open that up to, everything else we'll open up to questions. Public comment. So we'll start out here with Terry Shirley. And Terry, I know I already have, if you could state your name and address for the record as well, thank you.
Here.
Yeah, over there, I'm sorry. I'm giving bad directions, thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Karsbach and trustees. I have a love for watching the stars and the moon. My topic tonight is light pollution. I was raised in the Midwest, so there may be more bugs there than in Colorado. But I remember the days of driving on a road trip and scrubbing bugs off the windshield at every stop at the filling station. Even before moving here, scrubbing bugs off the windshield became just a memory. We bought a home in Berthoud because of the beautiful starry night sky viewed from the then vacant lot. We knew TCP would build when we decided to buy the lot. We enjoy going there for sunset dinners and fireworks. However, we didn't realize how bright their parking lot lights would be, and the starry sky is not as clear. Can their lights be dimmed or turned off at a certain time? Some LED lights can be dimmed in the 10 to 90% range, so why not? Around the 4th of July, TCP has a large event, and sometimes I get up in the middle of the night for something. They have a large rectangle, open-face searchlight beaming directly at the homes across from 287 and shines brightly into our home. I've seen it on for 5 to 10 minutes or longer as I lay there trying to go back to sleep. Can someone inquire why this searchlight has to be on? Also, homeowners without any bad intentions install spotlights that flood upwards on their landscaping or homes. Landscapers have never really educated me on types of landscaping that could contribute or reduce light pollution. Floodlight nights attract and kill many bugs that are meals for birds fattening up for their next migration. And brighter nights make it harder for birds to follow the stars to their next destination. I hope all of you have seen the Dark Sacred Night film that I emailed you. And it's an inspiring 15-minute film. Also makes connections between light pollution and health problems. It offers simple solutions to help reverse light pollution, such as shielded, dimmed, and warm-colored red or orange lighting. Please consider setting some standards and educating the public on your website or social media so that light pollution becomes more of an everyday topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. I've also written down your request there. We do require dark sky compliant lighting. I don't know the brightness, but during our dark sky updates, we're talking about, like you talked about with dimming. I don't know if that'll apply to the existing parking lots. Do you have anything to add, Administrator?
It doesn't currently, to anything that was already installed, but those should be dark sky certified lights. That doesn't necessarily address the dimming portion, it addresses how the light shines. So it can't shine upward, it has to be shielded, there's a long list of things. We have a pretty comprehensive dark sky code that as you know, you just updated very recently and added some additional language to it. It's even, some state reps have even talked about using it as a model code for other communities, so it doesn't mean that we're done, there's always more we could do, but we'll just have to look into the concerns she's raised tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're in the right community for that, so thank you. Next, I guess, Clerk, did you get that address? I have it here. All right, next, Leslie Tassi.
Good evening, I'm Leslie Tassi. I live at 945 North 4th Street in Berthoud. Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and members of the Board of Trustees. As a citizen of the town of Berthoud, I am distressed at the less than impressive way the future members of this board are handling their candidacies in a very important election. Not only has it been a daunting task to dredge up information about the candidates, but also the sparse write-ups, when you can find them, lack substance and transparency on crucial topics facing this town. We need to hear the candidates' mission statements and platforms. We need to hear their stands on issues such as town infrastructure, oil and gas development, the future effects of climate change on our town, water concerns, growth, controlled or no, the condition of our schools, views on the comprehensive plan, as well as the challenge of how to get their constituents more involved and improve outreach. That's just for starters. To me, the candidates have not demonstrated to us this year how each one can stand out from the others, and instead, most of them speak in generic terms about how much they want to keep that small town feel because they love Berthoud so much. Please, candidates, tell us how you feel on the issues that will affect all of us in this town in the future. With barely a week to go till the election on April 2nd, the candidates have a small window of opportunity to reach out to the residents of Berthoud and really make themselves known. A 4-year stint as a member of the Board of Trustees requires a get out there and shake some hands, one-on-one conversations, and a vote for me because attitude. We shouldn't have to spend our time searching endlessly for information on the candidates. If I had my way, this election would be rescheduled in order for the candidates to get themselves out there, plan a meet and greet, and press some flesh. Yes, the panel discussion of March 6th was a start, but how many in Berthoud actually knew about it? My dream is to look around this room and see these seats filled. Sorry, it's filled with the engaged citizenry of Berthoud. Perhaps it's time for the candidates to ask themselves what they could do to attract their constituents to Town Hall on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month. A little effort put into public relations can go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tassi. Next up, John Evans.
Good evening. I'm John Evans. I live 3252 Zanzante Bay Court in Heron Lakes. And I have just a couple issues regarding a road condition and some trail conditions. And So the first topic is down on Don Zante Bay Court, in front of one of the homes on the south side of the cul-de-sac. We have the asphalt is sinking and it just collects water, and that's an issue, while it's cold and snowy, get icy. In the summer, it collects algae, and I don't know if that's, how to deal with that through what part of the town to get the road repaired. That's item one. Item two is there is a town trail off of Heron Lakes Parkway that adjoins the east side of McNeil Reservoir. So it's about an 8 or 10 foot wide concrete path. And because of the groundwater level of McNeil, all those homes have sump pumps in them, and the sump pumps almost run constantly. And the way that the drainage goes, the drainage comes from the yard and it sheets over the concrete path, and that becomes a safety hazard. In the winter, it's icy, and in the summer, it's running over constantly, and it grows algae and moss and things like that. And we approached the Metro District, and they said, well, that's a town trail, so you need to address it with the town. So I just want to bring it to your attention from the standpoint of it's a safety concern. People use that trail constantly to walk and recreate on, but I'd like to see if there's something can be done to improve the drainage there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Evans. Administrator Kirk, do you have anything?
We'll look at
We'll
both.
look into it. Okay, great, thank you. Finally, Angie? Oh,
Good evening, my name is Angie Romke. I live at 1722 Wales Drive in Berthoud, and unbelievably, I've been in Berthoud for 23 years, and we've been in our current house for 18 years over at the Village at Matthews Farm, and there's a lot of moving and shaking going on over there, which we knew when we moved, and so it's really exciting to see it going on, and such a supporter of all of the recreation stuff that's going on in Berthoud. So I'm also involved in the Youth Advisory Commission, so listening to what some of our teenagers say in the area and what my own kids are involved with, and curious about what's happening at Richardson Farm Park, which I guess now has been renamed to Mountain View Park, I think? No, working on it. Whatever. Richardson Farm Park, which is the great outdoor facility with the tennis courts and the baseball fields and most importantly to us is like the outdoor pool. We are a huge member and user of the current recreation center. But a frustration I've had with my kids is I cannot go and my husband can't go swim and do laps at the same time that my kids can go there. We can't go work out and my kids can't be in the pool, it's a learning curve. The recreation center was a great start, but looked forward to having an opportunity at the larger outdoor pool that I saw on plans at Richardson Park. I haven't been able to find plans. I know things have evolved. The conflict, I haven't been able to be the port committees to find what the plans are, but what I've heard recently is that in particular, the outdoor pool plans have been pushed out and delayed. This is a bummer for me because I've got kids right now, and I would love to see the outdoor pool because I think it offers a good incentive for the town, and having a good outdoor pool will offer better room for lessons for our growing community and our families. It offers some place for our high school and our middle school teams to have swim practice, so they don't have to go to Thompson Valley or Mountain View High School. And also someplace that hopefully families can go and we can do some lap swimming and also have like the splash park type areas or some smaller areas or dive centers or slides and that kind of fun stuff that I think are planned in so many of these outdoor parks now. I would like to see it happen sooner rather than later so that my family can take advantage of it. We've got a lot of people in our neighborhoods and the kids and everybody wants something sooner rather than later. I think, I understand that one of the concerns probably maybe with like the outdoor pool is the limited seasonality of it. I grew up for many years before the rec center here was built, I was a member at the Lafayette YMCA, and they have a bubble on their pool. It's great because then it actually, during swim season for the high schools, the swim teams can use it. It makes it a year-round facility. So I think like an outdoor bubble might be something really great to consider and try to figure out how it fits into the budget and if it helps actually help it make money year-round through memberships and make it more usable. And as we're looking at like the YMCA in Lafayette, something else that they've got that has become recently near and dear to my family's heart is my boys have gotten into hockey. And the nearest ice facility is either in Windsor, or we go to Fort Collins to the Epic Center, or we go down to the Lafayette Y. Perhaps there might be something to be consider you know, some of the other spaces are going around to have some sort of ice facility, whether it's something that we're doing a short-term seasonal thing like Centero to start, you know, maybe over the old maintenance facility over next to the library. Or maybe there's places and still flexibility in the plans at Richardson Park to plan on something that's an ice facility. You can easily make that a year-round facility. It's a huge moneymaker for in terms of the growing hockey areas in this town. So
Ms.
a
Ronke,
couple
we
ideas.
approached our, past our 3 minutes here.
So I hope that appreciate the time and the consideration down the road.
Thank you very much. Just an update, we postponed all kind of planning on parks or going forward. We still are doing the planning stages for Richardson, but the board decided to go back, have Port look into actually having some surveys on outdoor pool. You're not the only one that expressed their want for one, so we decided to stop pursuing Richardson right now and kind of look at that survey first. So thank you, appreciate you speaking up. That's all who signed up. Is there anyone that wished to sign up for general public comment but did not have a chance to sign up? Do we have anyone online, clerk? Okay, thank you. Okay, we can now move on to our regular agenda. We can start off with consent. Would trustees like anything removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
All right, trustee Kurtz has moved to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace has seconded. And before we go for a vote, I just wanted to say, in this consent agenda, we do have a proclamation for Dark Sky Week. We need that in order to attain our dark sky status, which we've been working for actually for a couple years. And we'd be the first community on the Front Range to have that. So I appreciate you guys being concerned over keeping our skies dark. We should have more information on that by June on our final steps. Clerk, we have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes, all right, consent has been approved. Next, we can move on to the Rocky Mountain Conservancy update. And I'll turn it over to you, Administrator Kirk.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mayor Karspeck. I think this request came through trustee Murphy and was supported by several of the trustees. Opportunity tonight to hear from Esty Murdoch, who's here from the Rocky Mountain Conservancy, and so I'll just turn the time over to her. If that's okay.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I've got a presentation.
With some walk-up music.
Yeah, I know.
Let me just test the tech for 1 second. Fantastic. Okay, thank you for having me today. My name is Esther Rivera Murdoch. I'm the Executive Director of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy. Trustee Murphy here was an alumni of one of our programs over 20 years ago, so we'll circle back to that as how it relates to all of you all. But as you all know, Rocky Mountain National Park is less than an hour away from you all, and so you too are a gateway community to Rocky Mountain National Park. It's a top 5 visited national park in the country. Even with timed entry, we still have over 4 million visitors a year at Rocky Mountain National Park. The Conservancy was founded over 90 years ago, and we're the nonprofit philanthropic partner to the park. And so I always put that out to say, we don't manage the park, so don't credit us for how the park is managed us. Don't blame me if you have grumbles about how the park is managed. Our job is really to provide that margin of excellence for visitors, for the community, for the wildlife and the lands of Rocky Mountain National Park through stewardship and education in partnership with the park. And we're really a one-size-all-fits philanthropic partner. Many parks have 8 or 9 different kinds of partners. We are the education partner, the funding partner, the retail store partner. So when you visit a visitor center in Rocky Mountain National Park, and through all of those different mechanisms, we generate somewhere between 3 and 4 million a year in support for Rocky Mountain National Park and related community initiatives. So coming back to what brings me here today, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary last year of our Youth Conservation Corps. I believe Trustee Murphy was our first cohort, actually. Among the first cohort. Sorry, I shouldn't add dates to that. And so these are individuals, generally about 50 to 60 a year, who come from around the country to do work in Rocky Mountain National Park. We always have a good Colorado contingent represented there. We are in the process of hiring those individuals right now. But those applications have closed for the season. but I'm looking to the youth commission behind me. Our high school leadership corps are only youth from Colorado. So those are primarily youth that come from within an hour of Rocky Mountain National Park in our gateway communities, or very low income targeted communities, generally from the Denver area. And those are youth, freshmen all the way through seniors, incoming freshmen, and they do work in the Park and the Forest Service related to fire recovery, historic preservation work. The young individuals pictured here are replanting native species. And so those applications are open right now. So I encourage youth in your community, they receive a stipend, they receive gear, literally everything they need to serve their park for, in this case, the high school programs are only 10 days. So it's a taste of careers in conservation and understanding how they can help steward our public lands. I also just wanted to mention to you all as a safety message, as we all get excited about spring, Rocky is one of the busiest search and rescue parks in the entire country. The Conservancy a few years ago purchased this vehicle for the park. Again, a great example of how we help to provide that margin of excellence for the park. The vehicle that they were using prior to this was actually an old Wonder Bread truck that had been repurposed, and it wasn't starting consistently. So the Conservancy stepped in, purchased this vehicle. Basic simple things like the search and rescuers now have seatbelts available to them, all-wheel drive, basic amenities. So if someone does have to be rescued, we know that it's consistent. Unlike many other locations also, in Rocky Mountain National Park, search and rescue, there is no charge to those that are rescued. We do a lot of preventative search and rescue, hoping that folks don't get into that situation, but people never do get hit with a bill in the instance that they do have to be rescued on their public lands in the park. We also support a lot of environmental education programs, so we have schools from all across the Front Range right now. Spring field trips are open. These are all curriculum-based programs for K through 12 students, tied to exactly what they're learning in the classroom, tied to state standards as well. The Conservancy provides bus money for schools that are in nearby communities, as well as any school that has a certain percent of students that receive free and reduced meals. So we want to make sure that there's no barriers to income. But those field trips are totally free of charge. And I heavily encourage, if local schools are not engaged in this, that they get engaged. It's a really fun, hands-on, place-based opportunity to apply what they're learning in the classrooms. You can find me in the back of this picture, not in the front. Our Field Institute, we also have the oldest education field institute in the entire national park system. And we do offer extensive scholarships for folks that want to participate. So this is a women's introduction to fly fishing course. I have been in Colorado for going on 8 years now, never caught a fish until I took this class. But we do it to teach skills, get people excited about nature, but also to teach them about the aquatic ecology. It's not actually about, especially with the kids programs, they often don't catch fish. It's about engaging them in the waterways and the ecosystems and studying the insects and other things. Very relevant also, the 2020 fires in Rocky Mountain National Park were the 2 largest wildfires in the history of the state of Colorado, burning simultaneously on both sides of the park and crossing the divide. At the time, our immediate question was, what are we gonna do to help the park recover from these devastating fires? We continue to do lots of fire recovery, especially as it's impacted the animals, but we've also pivoted to ask the question, what do we do to prevent this from happening again? So we've contributed over $300,000 just in the last few years towards controlled burns and managing burns where we think those fires could escape into gateway communities as well and spread. We want to make sure that we don't get those intensity of fires for the ecosystem, for air quality, for downstream water users. So fire recovery and then healthy forests is also how do we look forward as we think about the fire regimes in Rocky Mountain National Park, as well as working with the local Forest Service and communities partners as well. Timely, related to today's dark skies conversation, we have just started the process of working towards Rocky Mountain National Park being designated an international dark sky park. Many people assume it is unfortunately not. We are hiring an intern this year who's doing a full revamp of what does it take for Rocky Mountain National Park to truly become a dark sky park related to light fixtures. We know gateway communities are gonna be a huge piece of that as well. So this could be a 3 to 5 year process to go through that designation, the investments we need, and then the buy-in from local communities as well. So thank you for starting this process at the local level as well. And then I also just put in here, if you wanna get people excited about dark skies, the Astronomy Festival is August 2nd to 3rd. You are all as a community invited also to come appreciate the dark skies. We also support a lot of research, scholar, and artist in residence. The Artist in Residence program was one of the iconic Artist in Residence programs for Rocky Mountain National Park. It's been mothballed for about 10 years and it's coming back this summer. So there will be lots of programs related to that. We have researchers in residence, research conferences. All of those programs we have in the park are free of charge so that folks can learn about what's happening on Sunday lectures and nearby community lectures as well. And then we also host scholar in residence, usually who are focused on writing and historic projects as well. I like to think that everyone is here for the Rocky Mountain Conservancy presentation with this packed room, but they might be here for some of the other agenda items. So I will also just note that workforce housing and housing costs are a huge concern for the employees of the Conservancy, the employees of Estes Park and Grand Lake communities as well. In Grand Lake, actually almost all of the park's workforce housing burned down to the ground in 2020 in the fires, so that's been a huge priority. On the east side of the park, the Conservancy is building workforce housing subsidized entirely by private donors because our median home price is now over $800,000. So we've got individuals who are commuting up from the Front Range as well. If they want to do that, that's great, but if that's not their choice, we want to try to reduce emissions and traffic and other things from folks commuting back and forth to work. And then, of course, water quality is something that's super important to all of us. We are now involved in a project called the Kawanishi Valley Restoration Collaborative, which is restoring the headwaters of the Colorado River in order to increase fire resiliency, reduce the impacts of climate change, restore a more natural ecosystem, which includes reintroducing things like willows, and then there's a little bit of a field of dreams here. If you build it, they will come as it relates to beavers. And we're starting to build simulated beaver dams throughout the park, and it has a huge influence for downstream water users in terms of water quality and water sediment. So we also have a number of utilities that are greatly involved in that. And then, of course, for those of you that hopefully recreate in Rocky Mountain National Park, we're always interested in growing the park and supporting trail work in the park. So we've got a lot of investments in making the trails more accessible in a lot of areas for a variety of user groups, but also making sure that the public understands how the trails are accessible. So not every trail, of course, in Rocky Mountain National Park is a wheelchair ADA accessible, but we've got a huge spectrum of users. So we want folks to be able to understand what's available to them, what degree is the trail, what sorts of challenges might be presented in that area, aside from just, is this a flat, even trail? Because we are experiencing a huge uptick in sort of extreme off-road wheelchair trail users. And that's fantastic in Rocky Mountain National Park and surrounding communities, but we want folks to know where their devices are appropriate to be used and where they might need additional assistance or where we can help to support making the trails more accessible. And with that, I would love to open it up for questions if any of the trustees have questions.
Thank you, that's fantastic. Questions? I got one regarding land acquisition. You say you guys are still interested in growing, you take that over from the national, like the Forest Service?
Yeah, so actually we work with the park and the Forest Service as well pretty extensively. We're always working with willing sellers or donors, and it's usually a combination of the two. So park in holdings are always our highest priority, but also lands that are adjacent to the park are super important to us, especially as they help to create urban wildland interface buffers. We want to make sure that we're not ever putting private landowners in danger depending on where they're located. And then we've also partnered with our Youth Conservation Corps, most recently with the town of Estes Park in the state of Colorado and others around having our trail course support new open spaces as well and trail development on existing open spaces outside of Rocky Mountain National Park to provide opportunities for the local community.
I guess I had a question. I was just curious what the town could do to help support your mission. I really appreciate the presentation. Rocky is a huge resource, great asset, is it, reaching out, and we don't run the schools, but like, it seems like you have a lot of youth involvement, like just getting the message out, or, I mean, how do you-
I would say however, you've done a fantastic action today on starting with the Dark Sky initiatives. That's a fantastic step forward, but also just helping us to engage with local communities. It's not a one-way outreach for us. It's also bringing youth into the park and giving us feedback on what do they need, what does the local community need. Rocky Mountain National Park is a Class 1 airshed, which has a very specific designated protection at the federal level. So also working with local communities to understand, hey, how do your emissions affect us? When it comes to fires, how do our wildfires impact you? And I work very closely and meet with Congress multiple times a year and our members of Congress to help them understand how the gateway communities and the park are inextricably linked. So I put that out there as saying, also tell us what we can help to do for the town.
If I could, I'm eternally grateful for the Conservancy's work. I can't sing their praises enough. But regarding the connection to Berthoud, I personally feel that, engaging our youth, the Youth Advisory Committee, along with the programs for environmental education and high school leadership, I feel like that is maybe a natural fit for us. Kind of in the way we've gone and reached out to Wildfire Arts as maybe an area we could overlap with programs for our citizens. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in our community for open space, trails. It still remains one of our top priorities as a community. I would be interested if the board had any interest in something similar through our recreation programs, entertaining a partnership. Administrator Kirk, if you had any thoughts on this?
I think I could probably come up with a lot, but I think it's probably worth talking about with the board committee and getting our recreation team involved and letting them kind of digest that idea and figure out the best ways to make that work.
I'd certainly be open to entertaining the discussion.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thumbs up.
Well, thank you so much. It's a real honor having you come down here and all the work you guys do up there. It's really great.
Great. Thank you all for having
Appreciate
me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is the revision of the non-potable water usage fee. This is by our Public Works Director, Ken Matthews. Okay. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. So, in my couple of years that I've been here, discovery is a theme that resonates often. A recent discovery, as I kind of outlined to you in the memo, is in our fee structure. I feel like our fee that we have for non-potable water is too high. It's actually higher than our fee that we have for potable water. I'm sure that was an oversight. It came to my attention this time because really this is the first opportunity to actually bill for non-potable water. There's communities that use it, but this is the first community, Farmstead and Fickle Farm, that Berthoud is providing the water that's being applied, so therefore the need to charge for this water. So the request is to make it to a more proportional fee to the actual effort and in line with our fee structure, thus going from $4.76 down to $2, a little under half of that. Is in line with some of the other metrics that we have with respect to non-potable water use that results in, a cut of the water allocation requirement by half, so on and so forth. So, that's the request in front of you today. The other side of that is a request to make this retroactive for last irrigation season and likely, to make it clean for the 2023 calendar year, is there in order for us to be able to fairly charge the Farmstead Fickle Farm neighborhood for the water that they distributed last summer during the irrigation season. So that's the action right now.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
I think
Go
I
to Tim.
do have one.
Okay.
Just feel like I go first. You do?
Yeah, I got one, and go after you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so totally agree. I mean, our cost of providing service shouldn't be more, or we shouldn't be charging more than the cost of providing service. And this would be for, if there's another development that utilizes our non-pot system, this would be the starting rate as well, right? Unless it changes sometime between now
And everyone subsequent, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And then just the other question I had is, I guess, just like equitable costs. So, the Heron Lakes agreement is referenced, but so is it in the same ballpark, or are they communities paying the same?
Yeah, actually, and likely we're as we move forward with future Heron Lakes developments, we are talking to them now about negotiating how that would work.
Okay.
But what I've been doing with Heron Lakes is they, I think it's 250 acre feet is what the base agreement is, that we would provide. And there's a set amount
Okay.
for that. If they go over that, then, what I've been doing is I've been calculating, the operational cost to provide that water and as a portion of that volume. That number, and is what we've charged Heron Lakes over the past couple of years, actually is a little bit shy of $2
Okay.
per 1,000 gallons.
Okay.
So it's approximate, but you do bring up a good point. It is probably something that we need to clean up, I guess. I think we're being fair to Heron Lakes, and I think our costs are being covered, but there is probably a little cleanup that needs to happen in the future.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that helps. I mean, I'm sure I know another agreement was referenced, so there's probably dates and sunsets and all sorts of stuff,
yep.
but yeah, just kind of wanted to make the point that,
Yeah.
it should be, the goal should be to kind of get it the same across the board at some point.
That Heron Lakes agreement
Yeah.
was signed years ago.
Okay.
That water agreement was in place before I got here, so at least more than 6 years ago. And it requires the town to provide a certain amount of non-potable water to them.
Okay.
And then when they go over it, it's silent on how that charge is applied.
Mhm.
And in the past, that charge was applied based on how Director Matthews described. And so we never used that non-pot rate that's in the rate structure. I'm not sure why, to be honest. That was a decision made by our former town engineering team.
Okay.
And we haven't updated that fee because we don't charge it to anybody. And frankly, I think just as we update the fee schedule, we're typically concerned about the fees that we feel like need to change, but we weren't billing that non-pot fee. And so I'm not even sure that anybody realized it was in the fee schedule. It was approved, I think, back in 2016 is the most recent time when it changed or may have changed. And I'm not even sure that we can kind of track back beyond that. So anyway, it's kind of an odd situation. I think what Director Matthews is saying is we've been fair to Heron Lakes and that we haven't changed what we've been doing as a practice, but now that we've identified that, hey, there's actually an adopted non-pot rate that's more expensive than our potable water, that should not be the case. It costs dramatically less to provide it because we're not treating it, right? There's a significant amount of cost in treating water.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we're trying to correct that for our current customer that's being billed, and then we're gonna have to work on this agreement with Heron Lakes about how do we actually deal with this excess water that's being provided above and beyond. And I think we'll get that all sorted out and probably just put them on the same non-pot rate that everybody else is paying, if we can kind of work through those details with them.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. It's kind of the toll road approach versus the postage stamp method,
Mhm.
So.
This one's actually just kind of tangential to non-pot water.
is there any, I guess, progress regarding HOAs, metro districts, having non-pot systems and the town assisting in governing that? Is there any progress on that? I know it's not necessarily relative to the non-pot fee schedule, but I was just curious if there's any updates there.
I mean, it's, you know, the projects that are being processed today, it's status quo with what we've been doing, where the governance comes into, you know, is it a suitable system? Is it something that is gonna meet the needs? We look at it from an engineering standpoint. If we're bringing water to the table, can we get it there? So a lot of practical aspects from that standpoint. One thing that we've added recently with the most recent development, which is Farmstead Phase 2, is we are scrutinizing the non-potable system design and also construction, as if in the future, if we would have to step in and take it over, then it wouldn't be an excessive burden on the town to do that. So that's something that we're stepping up. I don't think moving into the non-pot business and adding that to our utility, we're not ready for prime time there yet.
Sure, yeah, moving forward it's there, but retroactively, is there any, I guess, game plan or timeline for, you know, we get up to this point, maybe Farmstead 2 finishes, we can look back and maybe retroactively go into communities with non-pot systems in place that maybe they're just not managed right, they weren't piped right, things like that. Is there any timeline on that you're aware of?
No timeline. I'm always looking at that as from a business standpoint. You know, for instance, you know, Gateway is a good example. Oftentimes they'll run out of water. Well, Berthoud as a major provider of, or a major shareholder of Loveland Lake and Ditch, which is the supply for Gateway, are working with Gateway to make sure, or to help make sure that that system doesn't keep going down. As you well know, if it goes down, then people turn their faucets on, and then that taxes our potable supply during the summer season. We've lost all the benefits from that. Going retroactively, and then the other side of it is there's not that many in town right now. As we move forward, we should be in pretty good shape. The actual largest provider of non-pot is all the Heron Lakes neighborhood. That's being operated very well.
Okay.
Very well. I wouldn't be able to do what they're doing now.
Okay, yeah, that answers my question.
Trustee Murphy, sorry.
In the experience of staff, has the fee situation been a significant hindrance to new developments installing non-pot systems?
I wouldn't say that the fee with this non-pot fee that we're talking about today is a hindrance. The cost of the infrastructure, and then the benefits that they get from having their raw water allocation reduced, that's sometimes a pretty tight margin. Those numbers are what they are. There's a lot of talk about new neighborhoods coming up, and then I'm always trying to think of ways that we can make it more favorable for them to commit to the non-potable infrastructure, the purple pipe into the backyard, so that people will use that. And it's a tightrope sometimes, making that pencil out and cost effective for the town and for the development also.
Just to follow up on that, are there any incentive programs that you're aware of to push that?
I'm not aware of, I mean, there's incentive programs for individual homeowners to take sod out, of course, we all know about that. Incentive programs for development to implement non-potable water, I'm not aware of any. I would think that there would be, but I don't know of any.
Free market incentive right now.
Yeah, that's it.
Any other questions? Sounds like we're all supportive of the resolution. Okay. Would anyone like to move on it?
Move to approve resolution 2024-05, a resolution of the town of Berthoud adopting an amendment to the 2024 fee schedule for the town of Berthoud as provided in the Berthoud Municipal Code, retroactive to January 1st, 2023.
Second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Grace has moved on this, trustee Chris has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. All right, thank you very much, Director Matthew. All right, next is the long-awaited short-term rental draft regulation. And we have our senior town planner, Tanya LeGrand.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. Thank you for having me today to talk to you about short-term rentals. So as you likely recall, during the work session on January 30th, staff kicked off the short-term rental regulations project with an introduction to the short-term rental regulations project webpage and the launch of a community questionnaire to collect feedback on short-term rentals. At that work session, staff also discussed next steps in drafting the short-term rental regulations, including topics of further discussion. The intent of tonight's work session is to provide an update on the short-term rental regulations project since that work session in January. This evening, I will also provide an update on the short-term rental regulations projects. Oh, and I already said that. An update on the STR short-term rental regulations projects, including the summary and feedback gathered through the short-term rental regulations project community questionnaire, overview of the first draft of short-term rental regulations, amending the development code to allow short-term rentals, and discussion topic, and then the next steps. The purpose of the short-term rental regulations questionnaire was to gather general feedback and ideas from the community early on in the short-term rental regulations process. A link to the questionnaire was available to the community on the project webpage from February 1st until the 16th. In addition, the town created a media release about the project, which was spotlighted on the town website and the town's social media accounts. Members of the community were able to self-select to participate in the questionnaire and could participate multiple times. Generally, the questionnaire was intended for those community members who reside within town limits. However, individuals living in unincorporated Larimer County as well as Weld County outside of town limits could also participate. Therefore, the summary of feedback is presented more in a thematic manner rather than quantitatively. Overall, based upon the feedback received, the majority of participants are in support of allowing short-term rentals within the town of Berthoud and believe that the town should establish a set of regulations for short-term rentals. Slightly more than half of participants indicated that they believe that there should be a cap or a limit on the total number of short-term rentals in the town. About a quarter of participants responded that they do not have any concerns with short-term rentals. For the remaining participants who responded with concerns, noise, events and parties, and parking were of higher concern, followed by incompatibility with neighborhood, degradation of neighborhood, trespassing, neighborhood safety, impact of property value, and long-term housing. Trash, traffic, and in conflict with HOA and/or covenants were noted as being of less concern. A complete summary of the feedback received, as well as the questionnaire raw data, can be found online on the project webpage, and it was also attached to your packet. A link is provided in your packet and on the screen. Feedback was valuable and helped staff tremendously in refining the first draft of regulations. We are very grateful for the community's participation, and I definitely extend a thank you to all participants. The first draft of short-term rental regulations amending the development code to allow short-term rentals addresses many of the common issues discussed during the work sessions in January and November of last year. As a recap, the common issues we discussed included saturation of short-term rentals in neighborhood environments or density, loss of sense of community, parking, and parties and events amongst others. During the January and November work sessions, staff also provided suggested regulations based upon common practices amongst other communities to address common issues discussed. The first draft has incorporated many of those suggested regulations, including those listed on the screen and provided in your packet. Many of the proposed regulations reflected in the first draft are consistently seen in other communities' short-term rental regulations. A list of communities we researched that currently have short-term rental regulations are listed on the screen before you. There is no one-size-fits-all for short-term rental regulations. The intent of the research was to find a balance and to determine what would be appropriate in meeting the needs of the town. Many of the proposed regulations are recognized as being reasonable and fair and are considered either industry standard or recognized as best management practices. Because many of these regulations are industry standard or best management practices, an in-depth discussion on most of these items may not be necessary. As the town board is aware, from previous work sessions, other topics of concern may warrant more in-depth discussion. More specifically, the issue of saturation of short-term rentals in neighborhood environments or density warrants further discussion to determine the best approach for the town. This issue generally is more complex and is not consistently addressed by all communities with short-term rental regulations. As we have discussed in previous work sessions, common approaches to addressing this issue include establishing a cap and/or separation requirements, defining primary residence, and/or limiting the number of nights rented per year. Based upon the feedback we received through the community questionnaire, the first draft proposes options, 3 in total, for a cap on the total number of short-term rentals in town overall. The options provided in the draft should be discussed in more detail to determine which option is most appropriate for the town. And I can come back to this slide once I complete my presentation. The first draft can be found on the Short-Term Rental Regulations Project webpage or the Planning Department webpage. As provided, those links are on the page, on the screen in front of you. So the first draft can be found on the Short-Term Rental Regulations Project webpage, as I said. The first draft of regulations have been organized based on sections of the Development Code. First presenting definitions, then defining where short-term rentals are allowed based on zoning districts, and then addressing the standards. So for the definitions, the first draft proposes a definition for short-term rentals, which is currently not defined by the Development Code. This also includes total maximum occupancy for short-term rentals. And this section also includes clarifying of total maximum occupancy for bed and breakfast, which is currently defined by code. For zoning, the first draft proposes adding short-term rentals to the tables of principal and conditional uses, conservation subdivision uses, suburban uses, and urban uses as principal use by right with a licensing in specific zone districts. For use-specific standards, the first draft proposes use-specific standards for short-term rentals. The use-specific standards are organized in subsections. So the first subsection proposes short-term rental business licensing requirements, including annual renewal, license non-transferability standards, and posting of business license information. The second subsection proposes general standards for short-term rentals. General standards cover the majority of the regulations and address many of the best management practices and industry standard requirements touched upon previously. This includes such requirements as limiting short-term rentals to 1 per property, legal dwelling unit standards, total occupancy limit, maximum off-street parking requirements, and restricting use of the short-term rental as an event space. And I'm sorry, I said maximum off-street parking, I meant minimum. My bad. This section also provides options for addressing density through the use of a cap. The third subsection proposes safety standards, including life safety inspection requirements, fire extinguisher operations manual, and property manager requirements, as well as neighbor notification requirements and proof of liability insurance requirements. The fourth and final subsection proposes violations and penalties, as well as taxes and record-keeping requirements. So based upon the discussion and feedback received during tonight's meeting, one of 2 next steps could occur. either minor to no modifications moving to schedule the first public hearing for the draft regulations, or further refinement or significant modification which would lead to an additional work session. So with that, in closing, I leave you with a reminder for where you can access the project website or webpage, which contains an up-to-date timeline and links to these draft documents, including the red line version, a clean version of the draft regulations, and the summary of questionnaire responses as well as the raw data. And then once you are ready to discuss the density or cap options, I can either go back to that previous slide, or I have the language that is proposed in the draft also on the slide, and we can go to that. But for the time being, I can answer any immediate questions, and I'm open for comments.
Trustee Murphy? Okay.
Oh, I'm not ready.
Thought that was a hand there. Please, Trustee Ayers.
Going through this, in section 3D, I was wondering what the sort of logic was for not allowing accessory dwellings as short-term rental.
Absolutely. So the reasoning behind not allowing accessory dwelling units is looking at it from the perspective of if housing is of concern and allowing, or the issue of housing options availability, and if we're looking at other components through land use and looking at where our housing stock is currently and what is needed within the town. The idea was that accessory dwelling units can provide an option for, residents to rent out long-term, or, if a family member, caretaker, so if it's, for somebody who wants to be able to reside in their primary residence but still have, say, in-home care, ADUs provide that option. And so the idea is that we don't necessarily want to see ADUs being consumed or taken up by short-term rentals in the long run.
Could I just pile on, because it's very related, was there a similar rationale for the multifamily exclusion as well?
Correct, so the multifamily, and that one we recognize actually needs a little bit clarification. The multifamily is looking at more specifically apartment complexes. So if you have a single fee lot with multiple units, that's where we also would like to discourage it for that reason. So that language definitely we have noted needs to be probably cleaned up a bit.
Gotcha, yeah, so it's not across the board, it would be that
Yes.
specific.
Yeah.
And if I may, what we've talked about is that, if the units are on their own lots, legal lots, like a townhome, for instance, right, where they may be subdivided, they share common walls, but they're separate legal lots. That would probably be okay, and that's not our intention, is to classify those as multifamily for the purposes of this, and that's not actually our code. But the idea is that if it's apartments, where it's all one legal lot and a whole bunch of units, and they're all being rented out on a short-term basis, that's a hotel, right? That's not those aren't short-term rental units, that's just a hotel on one legal lot, right?
Yeah.
So that's our intention of that prohibition.
And I'll just comment on the ADU if you don't mind, Trustee. I'm not saying that it could go either way, but one could argue, and this is just something to think about as we draft this, is one could argue that an ADU could help, allowing an ADU to be a short-term rental could help with affordability if that allows an owner to get additional, essentially, revenue into their personal finance cash flow and stay, here in Berthoud because they have an ADU and they're getting that extra income. So it could help with, I guess, affordability or retaining folks in the community, so. Yeah.
And from a staff standpoint, we certainly agree that
Yeah.
is absolutely an approach.
Yeah.
I think in general, when ADUs were allowed as use by right, the intent was to increase the availability of affordable housing options. And so we felt like this was contrary to that.
Sure.
But I think that's really a policy decision of the board, and I don't know that there's one right way.
I would agree.
Yeah.
It's just wanted to point that out.
And I would say one thing I did see consistently or a number of times within the feedback from the questionnaire is a number of individuals did make the comment that they found it more difficult recently to find rentals, not necessarily just in Berthoud, but rental properties, because they were finding more and more were being consumed as short-term rentals. Where the data is behind that, I'm not certain, but just hearing the feedback, just be aware that that was feedback we heard.
From what I understand, a lot of the rules with like VRBO and stuff like Airbnb short-term rentals in just in dwelling units that are currently housed by the owner. Cause they want the privacy and of their guests to not feel like they're being roommates for the weekend.
So per our development code, we do, so our bed and breakfast definition,
Oh no, I'm talking about
Is-
the VRBO, the short-term rental software, when people use it.
no,
They don't like to rent, they don't like to take on properties that the owners are living in. Like you can't like short-term rental
Like their whole
the
house,
room in
yeah.
your house or the basement of your house.
right, and I, just for a point of clarification, that also would not fall under short-term rental per our development code
Okay.
requirements or definitions. That would be the definition of a bed and breakfast.
Okay.
So in that scenario where the resident is occupying the home at the same time as their guests, that is currently defined as a bed and breakfast.
And people can still do that.
So yes, and that is treated differently, has a different approval process and standards within our development code. So that scenario would be different for us as well.
And that doesn't prohibit somebody from renting a room to someone on a long-term basis. Like we've talked about before, you know, the town doesn't regulate long-term rentals. You know, so it's not uncommon for somebody to rent a room to somebody, you know, in the house they own. But again, for more than 30 days, that's of no consequence to the town under our code.
Okay, so like you said something about the duplex earlier, as long as each half of the duplex is on its own lot line, so there's like that imaginary line cutting the building in half, they could short-term rental the other half or the other third of their duplex or whatever.
That's our suggestion, that if they were on separate legal lots, and that's not uncommon, you know, that where you might have that, but a traditional duplex is typically 2 units on the same lot. And so that, you know, I think that's where we need to clarify this definition of what really constitutes multifamily. Our intent was really apartments for, I think, obvious reasons to everybody. And I think we need to clarify what we mean by multifamily and do condos count, and are condos kind of a separate land use? Is that more like a resort lodge than it is a, you know, I think there's some nuance in some of these different land use types.
It was like the townhomes are just over here, they're like it's one building with 4 units. They're all technically individual, you can buy them individually, they all have that imaginary lot line going down through the building. So it's not one building on a single lot, so
That's correct.
one of those units could be used as a short-term rental technically.
That is correct.
But if they,
That was the intent.
but if they have a building with a triplex duplex, as back in the day when they just had one big lot, they would have to subdivide that lot in order to get each individual unit to be able to either be sold on its own or kind of divided up.
What's called condoize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Based on some of the comments in the survey, that was really helpful to include, by the way, thank you. A lot of people were concerned about getting in contact with management, et cetera. And so my question for the notice letter, is that a draft letter that is going to be the same throughout, or is that kind of up to the individuals to create that letter?
So my intent, and those are those little things that we're kind of working on the side here, is what would the application process look like? What would neighborhood notification look like? Ideally, that would be a letter that we as staff would draft right off the bat. It would be one format, and once you're approved, we would provide you with that template essentially. And then you would fill in the blanks, whatever your contact information or the property manager's information, address, all that good stuff. And then they would have to provide evidence to staff that they've provided that document, and we'd have a copy of it and update our own records. But yes, we would want to make sure that that was consistent across the board with the same information.
Short-term rental kit.
Yes. And the same, so with the operations manual, very similar. So, and you probably all, if you have stayed in a short-term rental, most short-term rentals have some form of an operations manual. And that provides basic information, emergency information, where are your emergency turn-offs for water, all that good stuff. And again, likely a template would be the best approach so that we can consistently, for one, through review, make sure all that is right where, all that information is right where it needs to be, but also to ensure that things aren't being left out mistakenly or what have you.
I just stayed in a short-term rental out of state that didn't have that, and it was problematic, just even like operating the house, so.
Yeah, and many people choose to add their own personal touch to it, which is awesome. That's great too, but we'll make sure that there's the basic information.
How many of the cities that you looked at had caps in place? And how many did not? Or I guess maybe I should, which is the shorter list?
So I would say caps, generally you don't see nearly as often as you see, like say parking standards are pretty much across the board. I would say 99% of those communities have a parking standard. Caps, which I had written down.
Could you give us three
somewhere.
options for caps, like a 1% or?
Yeah, so with the caps, I would say 1%.
Cause my feeling on that is, as a baseline, I'd almost like the city to have like a low-lying standard policy and then allow the metro districts that have been created where a lot of these short-term rentals are happening, make their rules more strict. And one citizen actually told me that their metro district, she read their guidelines or whatever, and they said that they actually don't allow them at all currently, so they're actually more strict than with anything we do here to this get-go. My other question for the caps would be, what would prevent someone coming in and getting a short-term rental permit just to block or limit short-term rentals in their neighborhood?
I mean, I
Do we have
suppose,
to, is there a way to validate and say, well, if you use this, you have to use it, you can't just buy it and bank it?
so not necessarily. So for the cap options that you see in the draft regulations, which we can talk about in detail, the cap would be applied to the town. We're suggesting that the cap be applied to the town overall. So we're not looking at it, there is an option for zone district, but that's the one that staff would not necessarily recommend. So to apply a cap, that's a number generally overall. Of course, somebody could, of course, yes, they could come in rightfully. We expect people to be honest and to not do something to that extent, but they certainly could come in, go through the approval process, pay the fees, and then choose not to use it. I mean, I think that would be pretty silly, just because there will be application fees, there'll be renewal fees, there'll be a life safety inspection that they will have to schedule with our building department. So I don't know that somebody would be encouraged to do that. I would hope not. But certainly I think
Playing
that's,
devil's advocate here.
they certainly could. But because the cap would be applied over the community as a whole and not necessarily per neighborhood or per subdivision, then coming in, grabbing the one and only that may be available, say in that subdivision, probably is less likely. So that they can just
So we're
hold
not
all.
looking at anything like one per every 500 feet or?
As of right now, the regulations don't have any proposed separation requirements. We are simply going with the cap.
And if I may, Ton mentioned that from a staff standpoint, we're not generally supportive of the cap by zone district. I think that's difficult to manage. I think I'm generally opposed to the cap based on a percentage also, although, I think that's something that we could discuss. If we were to do that, I think we'd have to the board would have to declare what that is publicly annually, so that we don't have, when, if the town says, hey, we think we have 5,230 residential structures, and so it's gonna be 52 as a cap. What we don't want is somebody coming in and saying, well, I was the 53rd and there's actually 5,300 and you've calculated wrong. I think managing that number on an annual basis is probably more headache than it's worth. So I think picking kind of a reasonable number and then adjusting is appropriate. I mean, if we have 300 short-term rental applications and the board wants to allow that, you can make those changes. But I think starting with a reasonable number applied equally across the board, throughout the town, and it's kind of a first come, first served basis, then is probably that's the easiest from a permitting management standpoint for what it's worth.
So with that, I can jump into the three options if you would like me to, and we could discuss caps.
It was actually answered.
Trustee Murphy.
If I could just bring up one more thing on section E, talking about safety standards and life safety inspection. I know we've got a lot of other items that I'm gonna maybe bring up, and some of it's covered by code and some of it isn't. Talking about, fire alarm requirements, carbon monoxide, first aid kit for, each short-term rental, operable doors and windows for egress, exit map. How would some of those things be handled? I guess maybe it's just me, I feel like it's worth maybe repeating some of these things here. But, yeah, I would just be curious to see how, you would handle a life safety inspection in this instance, I guess.
Absolutely. So safety inspection would be taken care of by our building department, so one of our chief building officials would perform the life safety inspection. For short-term rentals, per building code, there are specific, or lodging facilities, there are specific building code requirements. So in order to be able to count a bedroom as one of your occupiable spaces and towards your guest count, there would have to be appropriate egress. And so that's a door or an operable window of an appropriate size. So through the inspection, they would check for that. They would also check, of course, for fire alarms, detectors, carbon monoxide, the extinguishers that we do reference within the code specifically. But they also would likely require, and my understanding is that there would be some level of egress map. So in most cases, it's posted on the inside of the front door, much of what like you see in a hotel room. But there is a list of requirements that is pretty common that you would see with life safety inspections, no matter what jurisdiction you're in, because it's based on building code. So when it comes to life safety and egress, essentially. So in part of the operations manual, we would require that they provide a site plan of the property, as well as just an aerial image of the property showing, of course, where your parking is and the primary egress routes from the structure. But the site plan would perform the same thing. We would want, at least on the site plan, showing where the primary exits are, bedrooms, and of course, the location of carbon monoxide, smoke detectors, as well as the fire extinguishers that we reference. So all of that would be managed by our building official. And it is my understanding from the brief conversations that we have had on the topic that it shouldn't be problematic, and he's familiar with the process.
Okay, and one more, has Berthoud Fire been engaged on this process, at least from a life safety standpoint?
Not yet, but they will definitely be engaged as we move forward. So yes, some of those life safety inspections, we will collaborate.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, if we could go on to the other slide you were talking about.
Okay.
The options. Perfect.
Okay, so here we are. So there are, like I was saying, 3 total options for the cap. So the intent of this evening is hopefully to narrow it down to 1. So cap option number 1, the maximum number of short-term rentals in the town shall not exceed 1% of the town's residential structures in existence at the beginning of each calendar year. As of right now, that's approximately 5,000. An application for a new short-term rental shall not be processed on should be processed on a first-come, first-served basis, and no applications for a short-term rental will be accepted if the maximum number has been met. So option number 2 is the maximum number of short-term rentals in the town shall not exceed 50. Again, that is based on a 1%, approximate 1% of what the current residential unit count is. But also do keep in mind this number, we are considering that the short-term rentals we realized were in operations and were asked to cease for the time being were somewhere, I believe, around 32 to 35. We had operating essentially illegally and have halted. So we're looking at this number, also looking at what would be an appropriate addition to that number. So we could certainly drop it to what we think currently exists or increase it slightly. So 50 with the 1% and 1% to 3% on average is what I saw in those communities that did have a cap. Some communities went as far as 7%. Grand Junction had a 7% cap, and there are areas in the downtown core. Areas outside of downtown core had it was a 3% cap. So again, it somewhat fluctuates, and I think it's important to look at the overall size of the community and what that housing looks like. And then cap option number 3 is that the short-term rentals are only allowed in certain zone districts. A cap on the total number of short-term rentals is determined by zone district as provided in the table below. So the table again provides a maximum of 50, but the dividing it between zone districts and really determining what's appropriate for each zone district can get a bit messy. And that's why, again, another reason why we don't necessarily encourage this approach, because what you and I may believe is appropriate or what I believe may be appropriate, you all may not agree with, vice versa. So it's hard, it's very arbitrary to decide, well, R1 and R2 should have 25. Well, why not? Why should they maybe they should only have 5? So it can be very complex, and then you have to keep in mind too, properties can rezone. And so how will rezoning properties potentially impact this number, and how will that kind of make things off balance? So that is an option we don't necessarily recommend, but I wanted to provide it so you could see that these are some of the ways in which it's approached.
And if I may just add one additional note to that piece, one of the reasons why that's challenging or problematic as well is I think oftentimes we think of R1, R2, R3, R4 being very distinct land uses. That's really not true. I mean, significant portions of downtown, the residential areas, the older residential areas in downtown are zoned R2, but they're just detached single-family homes like you would find in an R1 zone. And so, defining the differences between those for the purposes of calculating the number of short-term rentals becomes very arbitrary. And so we felt like it just made more sense to say, look, that we could apply a cap across the whole town, and we're not trying to, part and parcel out these kind of arbitrary decisions like that.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head how many of the 30 or so rentals that may or may not have been offered in town were in specific HOAs or metro districts that may have the ability to, on top of whatever the town might institute, limit use?
I do know that there was a portion that were existing in areas of town that did have HOAs. That's kind of how the whole topic kind of started and came up, is there was some conflict between the town development code and then the HOA regulations.
Do you know kind of ballpark percentage of the total number?
I don't, unfortunately, and I'd hate to advise for me on that one.
Sure.
So, but again, the thing to keep in mind, and I know Trustee Hardy, with HOAs, certainly the town can have their base regulations, and so those are the governing regulations. Any HOA can come in and decide, we want these regulations more restrictive than what the town what the town has set. So they could potentially come in and we could say, yes, short-term rentals are allowed throughout the town of Berthoud. However, an HOA can come in and say, well, they can tell their community that, well, we don't want them at all. Or we will allow, I suppose they could say, we can only, the town has their cap, but we're saying we're not gonna allow more than 5. So they could certainly do that, and that's for them to enforce and to uphold, but they at least at a minimum have to abide by our regulations.
And that's where they'll almost probably be paying 2 permits, because the town will require one and then their metro district may require one.
Potentially.
So what if, how many, I don't think you answered it, maybe you wasn't paying attention. How many of the cities that you looked at did not have caps?
I would say, yeah, the good portion did not. As my list right here of those that were presented on the screen, 7 had caps. And then 2 of those 7 also implemented separation requirements in addition to their cap.
Okay. And with those cities that didn't have caps, how many of them have situations like what we have, where we have majority of our development's been in metro districts? And those metro districts had either tighter restrictions or.
That unfortunately I do not know. That would take a lot more research and digging into how many communities. I mean, when we did our research, I was looking across a number of different communities, different sizes. What draws is it tourism? Is it, are they destination resorts? So I was trying to get a feel for it, because of course, a mountain resort community is gonna have very different I think, regulations, and you may see consistency, but when it comes to things like caps or how they define their license themselves, it would be different than a community as our own. So I was trying to get that feel for, okay, how are we seeing and where's the consistent line and what's different, what's unique about these communities? So again, seeing, so Santa Fe, New Mexico, they have an overall cap for the community and it's 1,000 short-term rentals. But of course, we certainly, I don't think, wanna see 1,000 short-term rentals in the town of Berthoud. So it's very interesting, and to dive that deep in to see what kind of HOAs or metro districts, if they have metro districts, how they approach it would be interesting, but would take much more time.
And I think what we're trying to do is strike a balance of kind of both reasonableness and the application of some regulatory framework for us to both kind of track and make sure that that these are being operated the right way in the right places and those kinds of things, but also reasonable for kind of operations and management on the staff side. And so I think there's a practical limit to what we could do as a small town in terms of hyper regulating these. I mean, it's just I hate to use that term, but I don't know how else to describe it. You know, as we've talked about before, sometimes these policy processes are very difficult because we want to get what we feel like is the right policy or the perfect policy. And the reality is, at least in my experience, the day you adopt a new policy, the next day there's a problem with it, right? Because you just cannot come up with every eventuality, with every what if scenario, and there's just no way. Stuff happens all the time that you'll never imagine. And so I think what we're trying to do is strike a balance again between kind of what's reasonable for the community, what we think based on all the conversations, the feedback that we've had, and then also what's kind of practical and reasonable from a operations and management standpoint from a town staff perspective. So, you know, I think we're close to that, but as we dive into these issues, we could go down the rabbit hole for a year. And I don't know that we'll solve most of them, if that makes sense.
Well, it sounds like Santa Fe's doing kind of what you were doing, rather than trying to figure it out by a percentage, they just put a flat out number. There's a population of 90,000 in Santa Fe, so they're just under 1% at 900. Or if they did 1%, they'd be limited to 900.
And that, you know, that kind of 1% number just feels right. I'm not gonna say that that's based on any kind of study or,
So they're
you know,
considerably larger than we are, but
but also based on kind of how many were operating just ad hoc before, and then leaving some kind of reasonable buffer, for those that may have done it but knew they weren't allowed to. I don't know, you know, so I think that gives us some coverage for a few years, and with every regulation, these are living documents, right? It's frankly what you guys are elected to do, is to kind of continue to update rules and regulations to be consistent with community needs and community wants.
who knows if we'd even hit 1%.
And we may not.
Couple questions actually, kind of going back to the town and how the town would enforce it. HOA enforcement versus town enforcement, because ultimately that's kind of where it comes back down to, is how is this gonna be looked at, how is this gonna be enforced? Ultimately, is that ultimately on us, is it on the HOA, is it on both? Do we have an idea what that's gonna look like?
For any town regulations or development code regulations, it would be the town's responsibility to enforce those regulations.
The HOA cannot enforce our regulations.
Okay, but they would be able to enforce their own?
Mhm.
And was that just like they kind of walk around and check, or is it up to them?
It's covenant enforcement, right, is typically how that's done,
Okay.
so.
To that, I know, we were probably talking about this a little bit earlier, in terms of, so there was a property manager, which was just somebody who's within 20 miles. Is there any way that the property owner, who actually owns the lot, owns the land, things like that, is there any way that that can be requested to be local, or at least somebody living in Colorado? Is that a thing that can be done, or is that not allowed?
Potentially, and I've seen regulations where the property manager could be the property owner. Again, though, they would have to live within a certain distance of the short-term rental.
Sure, yeah, as long as the owner or the manager, either one, or I would prefer the owner be somebody local.
I think the other challenge with that is when you start to get into things like properties owned by LLCs, not, you know, these are not always just owned by an individual from a legal ownership standpoint, and then how do you define those kinds of things, right? You set up an LLC in Berthoud, even though you live in California, so that you could buy a couple houses, you know, I don't know all the ways that you could manipulate the system. I'm
Sure.
sure we could come up with a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, that ownership requirement starts to be pretty challenging, I think.
Yeah. It starts to function as sort of a discriminatory factor, and
Right.
while there are some jurisdictions out there who have attempted that, some of those are actually, I think, under judicial review right now.
Got it.
So I think that has some difficult constitutional implications,
Got
that putting that requirement on the property manager, you don't have that.
Got it. So in the same way, like, we could not forbid a Dollar General from building here as long as it was all within code and in the right zone. We could not forbid that.
That would be
Same reason we can't forbid people, okay. Understand.
similar.
Similar,
Mhm.
okay. Oh, to that point, is there a way we could, limit the amount of licenses per owner? So the owner, each owner only is allowed one license and that's just the end of it. They don't get to apply for multiple. Is that allowed? Is that in this?
I have seen that in regulations. It is something that we discussed as staff. And again, it felt like it would be a challenge to enforce and could potentially, I think, create, again, with LLCs, and other, what's stopping some individuals who, okay, so say we cap it at two, one person could only own two short-term rental license. What then stops them, say, from their spouse getting another two or putting the property? So that it could create, again, I think it just gets into this sticky area of enforcement that could become challenging and quite difficult to enforce.
Sure. Yeah, I
But
guess I'm-
It's a good question, we've talked about it.
yeah, I guess I'm just worried about somebody getting Boardwalk and Park Place at the same time.
Right.
I guess the only other question I've got in this is, first come, first serve. I get as an administrative standpoint, it makes sense because you just deal with it as it comes in. Is there a chance that we could switch that over to a lottery? Because my concern is if you have enough people interested all at once, they can essentially stuff the box and then they just kind of load the dice on their end. Is that a thing we could shift? Is that?
I don't see anything that would prohibit us from doing that. I don't know, I guess we might wanna talk through that, and have Attorney Smith have the opportunity to think about it unless she has comments right away, but.
I mean, a lottery is oftentimes how you deal with that.
Yeah.
And then, it's a significant amount of how you're gonna operate that lottery,
Right.
right? You'd put quite a bit of time into how that would work.
So we would have to determine how that lottery is set up
Mhm.
under.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
it's manageable, it just,
It's interesting, just kind of thinking off the top of my head, one of the things that might be, I don't know if this is problematic or not, but we're already talking about an annual permitting process. And so there's some risk involved with, you're not guaranteed a permit every year. In the context of a lottery system, if you did an annual lottery, that might change the whole nature of how,
yeah, maybe just to fill the non-renewed.
could be,
Yeah.
to fill
Make
non.
it
Set our
initial,
But
or anytime the cap is adapted or raised, there would be a lottery for the delta.
Trying to make it even for anybody who, they have a second house versus, Monopoly guy who's got five and he's.
Well, I'm picturing Tawn up there with like the big baby wall.
Me too.
How many other communities actually implement their caps,
I think a majority.
really?
I had a question regarding, so with the off-street parking spaces, it says that all guests must either be, all guests parking for a short-term rental must be in a garage or on the driveway. This is in subsection F on page, okay. But you have to have off-street parking spaces, so let's say a 5-bedroom home, which would be something like Heritage Ridge maybe, or the golf course. Your guests can only fit their cars onto whatever's in the garage or on the driveway,
Correct.
but they still need to have 5 spaces.
So for 5 bedrooms, it would be 4 spaces.
And for
What's the reason for
clarity, they have to have those to be permitted and they have to demonstrate that those spaces are available. That won't prohibit them from parking on the street. And we won't do that because parking on the street is legal in the town of Berthoud, everywhere that are public streets, except where it is expressly prohibited with signs. And so, just because they're required to provide 4 off-street parking spaces, if there are if there's one car parked on the driveway and the other three choose to park on the street, we won't be able to enforce against that if they're legally parked. But we can require them to demonstrate that they have the availability of parking spaces based on the number of, it's kind of similar to a business. We require them to provide a certain number of spaces, but we don't require their patrons to park in the parking lot, right? They may choose to park out on the street if there's legal street parking, if the parking lot is full, or if they just choose to because they don't want to go into the parking lot. And so, but we still have a parking requirement for those businesses based on their square footage or their land use type or whatever. So I just want to make that distinction clear that people will still be able to park on the street anywhere where it's legally allowed.
So I guess it says all guest parking for a short-term rental must be in a garage or on the driveway. I would take that as all my guests must park their cars in the driveway or in the garage.
I just think, so I think for clarity, we do need to, if there's a misunderstanding there, that is for permitting purposes. But we will not regulate legal on-street parking just because it's a short-term rental.
So yeah, and for this regulation and when we were speaking of guests is what your short-term rental is approved for. So as you recall from the definitions, so it's, or in the first section for the, let me see. So in general standards, so section D and E, which should be probably different lettering. We say the total number of occupants or guests of a short-term rental unit shall not exceed 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 additional guests per property. But in no instance can you exceed 10 total guests. So when we're talking in the parking for all your guests, if you have a 2-bedroom short-term rental, you can have up to 6 guests, because it's 2 per bedroom plus an additional 2. So say like a pull-out couch. So you would have to provide adequate parking for that quantity, which is essentially based upon that bedroom number. So you're right, it should probably be clarified, is that all something along more of the lines of your total bedroom or, but yes, we could probably rephrase that so it's a bit clearer that it's based upon your approved guest count.
Okay.
Which is based upon your number of bedrooms. And so for instance, life safety inspection, oftentimes if say it is 2-bedroom with that living room, or they have a pull-out couch, or say they have a den or a loft with a pull-out couch, and they go through their life safety inspection and it finds that, well, your den actually doesn't have proper egress, doesn't have a window, it only has one door, no egress to the outside, you technically, per building code safety standards, cannot sleep in that room. That is a building code standard. And so we would then say, okay, well then we need to amend your guest approval and you're allowed 2 or 4 because you have 2 bedrooms. We're not going to allow those 2 additional because it doesn't meet safety standards. So we can reword that so that maybe it's a bit clearer on the approved guest count.
Yeah, cause that was one of the complaints that we got from citizens was that, there was like 10 cars parked out on the street for this one house.
And so it's technically based on bedroom, not guests, number,
But I mean, that
maximum
doesn't stop any
guests.
of the neighbors who aren't short-term renting to have 10 cars on the same street because they're having a barbecue for a birthday, but anyway.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So commercial that there is allowed use by commercial, but do they have to have like designated parking spots for residents in that instance? I'm thinking of a couple commercial properties here in town. Do they have to have like a driveway or a garage? In this instance, the way it's written, or is there essentially street parking that's technically public, but it also belongs to that? How is that? Is that kind of just threading a needle, or?
So it does create a challenge for those properties that if they don't have a driveway, that essentially it would create some challenges potentially with this standard, that if you don't have off-street parking, you cannot be a short-term rental. Is essentially what that would imply. The challenge, so yes, that does create some, if there are situations where there isn't a driveway to utilize, then that could create some challenges.
Look, I live in Old Town. I don't have a driveway in the front of my house. I just only have off-street parking.
So what we could
So-
potentially do is have 2 regulations for parking, so that I don't know. we'll have to reevaluate the parking standards based upon that alone. Because those are unique scenarios. Or potentially we write it this way and those individuals, I guess, potentially could come in for a variance request, would come to the planning commission and say, this is our unique circumstance.
Yeah.
And we can't meet it, so please allow us an allowance, which I think would be an appropriate approach.
Yeah.
And certainly would acknowledge those unique scenarios. And there's going to be, probably in some of these other regulations, unique scenarios that somebody could potentially come in and request a variance. And that's what a variance is there for. And when you look at the review criteria for a variance, it specifically denotes a unique circumstance that creates a hardship.
Because they'd hate to see a short-term rental come in and then you start going by and they're parking cars in the front yard.
Right, but
Where's my
also
off-street parking? They can
alternatively,
park
and
in the
that's why we
grass.
say a driveway or a garage, but we also alternatively don't wanna see what we've been hearing continuously from the community is that all their streets are taken up with parked vehicles that are going to the short-term rental. So it's, again, it's striking that balance of what's the appropriate approach. And if you don't say on-site or in a driveway or garage and be specific, it does leave the door open for people to park in their grass.
You essentially
And
need
we don't
something
want
enforceable.
And this actually brings up a good point that just occurred to me, and I'm not sure if Ton has any thoughts about it, but in areas like townhomes where the parking is in common, if they do not have a garage, I think we would want to, I'm not sure how we'd wanna handle that, if we wanna leave that up to the property owners associations that typically be in place in a townhome scenario where they have common parking areas. I'm just thinking of a townhome that I used to live in town that had a garage, so it had parking spaces, so that would be fine. But if it didn't have a garage, I'm not sure if we even have any of those, so we need to even think through it. This may be a what if that doesn't even actually apply.
Mary's Farm has several houses that don't have garages because they were optional, but they technically have kind of an alley driveway.
And they could even install parking off the alley or a driveway off the alley if this was something they wanted to do and make it a short-term rental. It wouldn't prohibit them from doing that. They still have legal access from the alley. They could build a garage off the alley, you know.
Yeah, I think they still have driveways, they just, the garages were optional back in the day.
And truly, the way the language is written, it's a garage or driveway, so the or is important. It's not an and, it doesn't need to be garage and
You just have a
driveway.
really long driveway that can fit 4 cars.
And we may not wanna modify that at all. If a townhome has a garage, they can use those, they can count those spaces, but I think what we don't want to allow, and I'm just thinking out loud, but is, common parking for a townhome complex, for instance, could not be counted with the purposes of justifying additional guest counts,
This gets me
perhaps.
thinking about when I went to CML,
Yeah.
the place I stayed in, so there was 2 parking spaces. It was a single car garage, and I parked in front of the garage, and so if there was somebody else staying there, I had no access to the garage. And then there was no other parking. I even asked one of the property management guys, I said, where can I park a second vehicle? And I said, downtown by the gondola. I'm like,
Yeah.
but I'm staying here. And it says I've got
Yeah.
2 spaces. So it's like either you squeeze them really tight together in front of that single door, or you find a way into the garage. And I could
Right.
never find a way into the
Where they're
garage.
taking over the guest parking, I guess, with theirs.
Well, there wasn't any
I think
guest
the-
parking.
I think, yeah, I see your point. Old Town, I might be in, Tim and I are, or several of us are in Old Town, and that might be an issue just because, back in the day, there was no 2-3 car garages like kind of more in the suburbs now, where the preference is more, yeah, I guess the size of your, for your vehicle. So I'll just use my house as an example. I have 1-car garage and I can't park in the driveway because it blocks the sidewalk. So that would mean my whole house would only be open. I have no plans of doing an Airbnb, I'm just an example here. I think a lot of people would be kind of caught in this.
And I think the caveat is,
Like the downtown.
that would be true if they were unwilling to make additional changes or improvements to the property to accommodate the short-term rental use.
Well, it's
So-
kind of unreasonable to say you need a whole new garage just to, the garage is the house, the
Even a 4
vehicle.
garage, you just need to make the driveway.
Yeah, you could also just,
Oh, I see.
make a driveway off the alley or make the driveway larger or different or adjacent to the garage. I think there are ways to do that that are not it may or may not be cost prohibitive, I'm not sure that's a decision we have to make, and if they feel like it is unreasonable, as Tom mentioned, you know, that's what the variance process is for. If it creates an unreasonable hardship, they can ask for a variance and go through the process. And so there might be cases where it's totally unreasonable to add parking spaces. But there might be cases where it should be relatively simple, it might cost some money, but that should be, in those cases, we should expect that they meet the requirements of the regulation.
And we've done that with like even businesses downtown. When Subway first moved in, I remember being on planning commission back in the day, they were supposed to have 6 parking spaces. And they were like, where am I supposed to build 6 parking spaces? It's all built out down here. I can't build a parking garage. And so there's a situation I remember being on planning commission where we just kinda, can't happen. We'll just cross that line out. And take that requirement away, and then they were able to build. But that was huge.
So the way I kind of take it is don't, you know, this needs to be on your private property, preferably in your backyard, not in your front yard. But the idea is to, not count the streets.
Correct, right.
Okay.
Trying to minimize the
questions?
hardship on neighbors.
No, I guess I would just encourage staff to do a little bit, maybe research some of the other towns and see if there's a creative solution for that, because it does seem like if this issue were to come up, it would be an old town where you're gonna want Airbnbs, right? So just if there's some way, whether it's like a neon sign that goes in the windshield, you know, and those are counted or something. I'm just wondering if we can't be the first town to have had to tackle this in an old town environment, and I'm just wondering what other communities have come up with. So, I mean, the variance process could be a fallback, and we would hope that those variances would be granted, but since we're identifying this pre-regulation adoption, it would make sense just to peel the onion a little bit more.
sure.
That's what I would encourage.
And yeah, I think I have some ideas about how we might be able to address that. Rather than brainstorm them, we'll think through them. Thank you. I think it's a good
And can we
suggestion.
change that up for zoning too, like residential ones would require the garage or the driveway, and the ones that are in commercials wouldn't, because like you said, there's some houses in the commercial area that are built where there's no driveway or garage because they're in the commercial kind of downtown zone.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, there's gonna be a whole lot of properties that have really unique situations.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think there are some easy ways to provide some simple additions. You know, we could even talk about all-weather surfacing that is appropriate, but maybe less expensive than pouring a concrete driveway. And have some standards for how that gets done. You know, I think there's ways to do that.
It's like a
I
crusher
mean,
fines
I can think of a couple.
Kind of like some people in Old Town are.
Yeah,
that's what I
I
used
can
to
think of
have
a
in
lot
mind.
of, I can think of a lot of properties in Old Town that have gravel parking and they don't park in their garage, but there's 2 or 3 cars lined up along the street, but on a, what is it, like a gravel driveway, and so, you know, maybe there's some ways to make it clear that you know, in tandem parking could be allowed in certain zones, right, where it may be like one driveway, but if it's long enough to accommodate 2 kind of traditionally, if it's 40 feet, which would be kind of 2 parking depth stalls, that we could count both of those, even though it's a single kind of lane. I think there's easy ways to accommodate some things to make it easier for folks to do, and then there's some properties where that's just gonna be physically impossible based on the way the property was developed. And in those cases, they can go through the variance process if they wanna make it a short-term rental. I mean, I think that's kinda how we should approach it, but we could talk through that and bring back an option.
Okay.
That seemed to be more definitely a problem just in the old town, cause like you said, all the new neighborhoods, 4-bedroom houses, they've got the 3-car garage, big wide driveway right in front of the house, so.
So accessory dwelling unit versus, I kind of looked at them both, those are separate structures, but also sometimes they're actually like a popped out attic or something that was turned in, had its own kind of suite. Is that how we're looking at this? What's an accessory dwelling unit, I guess the definition?
So accessory dwelling units are generally defined as a second dwelling because they have their own primary access and do not have clear circulation to the primary or the principal structure. So so yes, the easiest obviously and most obvious is your single family dwelling, and say above your detached garage you have a full dwelling unit. So that would be your kitchen, bath, bedroom. Has a complete separate access, can come and go without going through that primary dwelling. There are other circumstances where, yes, they could potentially be attached, but the key there is that there's no clear path from one dwelling unit to the other dwelling unit. So sometimes you'll see a dwelling unit in a basement that is connected just simply through a staircase hallway. As long as that hallway is open, free, clear access, it wouldn't be considered an accessory dwelling unit. It's when you start to close off those access, and the only way to get to, say, that basement unit is through, say, an exterior entrance. So that would make it in some cases, an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay.
And accessory dwelling units they have their own water dedication, all that good stuff.
And they could do that as an Airbnb,
No, the regulations are saying, we are suggesting that
only long term.
accessory
30
dwelling
days or
units could
more.
only be long-term or, used by the primary residence. Cause in all instances, they will always be on the same lot and under the same ownership as the principal dwelling. You cannot, in most instances, you could probably try to subdivide a lot and get them separated, but you generally won't have enough lot area to meet other regulations within the code. So usually you seldom see them, I shouldn't say never, you seldom see them split from one another.
Cause I know quite a few of those in town where they've got like the unit above the garage and where they're wanting to do something like that and they're looking at short-term renting to like traveling nurses or whatever.
So and if it's
because
over
they're
30
like a nurse
days,
themselves and they know traveling nurses, and it's like, oh, I'll let them stay in my apartment I got above my garage.
and often traveling nurses will stay for more than 30 days. So 31 days or longer, that would be considered a long-term rental. So we would not regulate that as a
As
short-term
long as it was
rental.
30 days or longer.
31 days or longer.
Not 28, cause some months have 28.
And
Actually, all of them do, but
I think there's some interesting circumstances when you talk about units within the same structure, right? Like two separate dwelling units within the same structure on the same legal lot would be a duplex, right? I mean, but it had to be permitted and built to be a duplex, appropriate fire separation and other things that are necessary under the building code to make that happen. So there are areas where you might have that scenario and you might wanna be permitted as a duplex. I honestly don't know what the process from a planning and building code perspective might be to do that. And then depending on how we write the regulation, maybe you can make a short-term rental out of a duplex. But that's a different building type than a single-family home that has a basement that gets rented out, or a room above the garage, or an attic conversion. Those are all, that is a different building type than a duplex. And under the building code, it's different.
Yeah, to the extreme of that, when you're a duplex, if it's like a main floor basement, the duplex in the basement has to have its own heating, its own heating, air conditioning units, separate water, utility, electrical. It has to be completely separate from the primary dwelling on the first floor. So it does require an extensive amount of, and like you said, fire separation. So building code really steps in and starts to really separate the two.
And it's tough when you start to get in those very unique circumstances to determine kind of, where do we wanna fall.
I'll be quite honest, if I was doing this, I would just go move into my accessory dwelling unit and then rent out my place to get around that.
Well, then we can certainly put language within the regulations that we
You can't do that.
Or if the board has a preference, we could allow accessory dwelling units. I don't think there's any,
Yeah, I think your intent was good.
Yeah,
I get
I mean,
it.
the idea is
the
that-
housing thing. I just,
I don't wanna prolong the discussion, but I think there is a dynamic there where I appreciate the housing affordability part of it. But if somebody is trying to earn extra income so that they can stay here in Berthoud and they're going to invest in an ADU based off of that or not, the ADU wouldn't be in existence without the ability to earn that. You kinda get what I'm saying, like, trying to wrap my head around it.
But I could play the devil's advocate and say that they could even still earn that income through a long-term rental.
seeing not allowing ADUs to be part of the short-term rental system would force them to do a 30-day or longer rental, would create a affordable housing situation. If you allow short-term rentals, it takes away that affordable housing situation.
Yeah, it could, yeah, it's just,
I get,
saying it's like limiting options.
yeah,
Yep.
especially if you're single or something, you're alone, that's perfect for you.
I get what you're saying, but it's not taking away.
I was planning on opening up to public comment. Is that all right with everyone? Do we have anything else for planning on right now? Thank you. Do we have a sign-up sheet by chance, clerk?
We do not, Mayor.
All right, we're gonna be the Wild West here. If you're here to speak on this, or wish to speak on this, if you could just raise your hand and we'll start from the front and go back. So we'll start with the madam in the black shirt
Madeline, I mean, flapjack queen. Just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding. I am.
You are the flapjack queen.
Lindsay Morgan, 390 Welch Ave. So as many of you, I've seen a lot of familiar faces in the board. We had a short-term rental as a portion of our home in our basement. I am curious to see if there could be any teasing out of the definition of bed and breakfast as is currently written. So for a lot of communities, bed and breakfast, they talk about overnight lodging for guests, as well as provisions, which I think is the breakfast part. However, the Berthoud definition, bed and breakfast means an establishment operated in a private residence or a portion thereof, which provides temporary accommodation to overnight guests for a fee, and which is occupied by the operator of such establishment. So when the ban went into effect, we tried to look into becoming a bed and breakfast since we're owner occupants. However, that would trip commercial code. So for that, it was putting in a fire sprinkler system in our house. And it also tripped commercial property taxation. So to give you an example, our annual property taxes are, $4,500. But with it becoming commercial, it's gonna be over $18,000. And so then it doesn't make any sense to rent short term.
You're just tax collectors.
Yeah, we're just generating more money. Sorry, it's
Are you okay?
emotional
I get it.
because. Sorry.
All right, you don't need to apologize.
Chris talked about affordability for living in Berthoud, and this is a huge part of how our family lives comfortably in town. So I guess I'm just looking for a way that we can provide lodging to guests, which we really enjoy. And we've invested in creating a really nice space for people to be in. But if we're a bed and breakfast and we're not providing any kind of provisions or extra services, I just don't see how we would fit under that definition, or that it might need to be redefined. And I understand this isn't just about our family. We're just an example. But I think we added a lot of value to the community. I'm really sorry. Anyway, if you could just consider that when you're writing or revising what is lodging, what are bed and breakfasts. Is there a way that owner occupants could also be included without tripping commercial code and making it totally inviable? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Madam in the pink there, perfect.
I guess I'm Janine Weinzero, 3333 Heron Lakes Parkway. Again, I would just ask, with all the discussion, how we're gonna regulate, how are we gonna do this, how are we gonna do that, how much is it gonna cost? Take a larger global look and see what's the overall benefit to Berthoud at a very high level. What does the town gain from it? And as well as down to, like, I'm the neighbor to this. And really, what are the pros and cons of going from not allowing them to allowing them? Who's truly benefiting? Yes, I understand your situation. But for those that are buying investment property just for the purpose of I can do it and make additional income, I don't know that the value is really there. Especially when you look at what's going on with bed and or Airbnbs, whatever, short-term rentals across the country where everybody's really pulling back. All the cities, New York to wherever, they're pulling back on allowing them because of the issues they created. We're opening the doors to that. And I think we have to really take a step back and say, is it worth it?
Thank you very much. Sir?
Hello, Town Board. Matthew Gavin, 3270 Donzante Bay Court. Pretty sure you know where I stand on this issue. I'd like to just say, first, it seems a little upside down. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this, but it's clear it needs some thought and some attention. Lindsay's problem is exactly the one that even those of us who are against Airbnbs want her to be able to succeed. I have people who live in my neighborhood who built rooms in their basement with a separate entrance so that they could rent that out during the golf outing. Well, they're not allowed to do it, but a corporation can buy the house across the street and have 30 people there. That's upside down. So there's some common sense missing here. I know it's a tough issue, but it certainly seems to me like it needs a little more thought. My biggest concern, which I haven't even heard addressed here really today, and to be honest, I'm probably not as familiar with all the details as I could be, but I'm really worried about enforcement. And I can tell you right now, my biggest concern is it's gonna be legal in the town of Berthoud and illegal in Heron Lakes, and you guys are gonna be issuing licenses to people who have Airbnbs in Heron Lakes. And then they're gonna come to Heron Lakes and we're gonna say, you can't do that. And then there's gonna be a fight saying the city said we can, you say we can't. It's the issue that's going on now. None of this resolves it. So I really wanna make sure we take a little time. That enforcement issue is gonna be the biggest problem. Nothing in this package would have changed what happened on Donzante Bay Court. With the possible exception of you would have put a limit on how many people in that brown house, but they showed themselves not to care about the rules and limits. But it still would allow 7 Airbnbs on our 17 house street. So I really ask you to read through those comments closely. This was a qualitative survey. I wish I know you could enter multiple times, you would have had 10,000 votes no. So read the comments and listen to what they're saying. People are for this with a lot of regulation and a well thought out plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, in the white shirt, thank you.
Sherry Watts, I live at 3375 Donzante Bay Court. I kind of feel like with the red line draft that it was just, okay, let's allow them everywhere. And I think it would behoove the city to start smaller in, her area, in smaller areas and see how it goes and see how it progresses. Because right now you're basically allowing an R1, R2, R3, R4, commercial. And I just think addressing the enforcement issue, when you have that much, it's hard to enforce. If you start small, if you go with this, it's harder to pull the reins in when there are problems versus opening it up as we progress and you learn about, okay, this is working really well here, let's open it up now to R2 areas or, other areas. I just feel that you're allowing a one size fits all, which is one thing that I think was overwhelmingly expressed is not for the town. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the, yeah, ma'am, thank you.
I'm Kimberly Lord Stewart at 3368 Donzante Bay Court, and I want to address Section D, specifically where are we? Where we talk about using it for event spaces, which I understand as a former event planner. We saw some of the worst examples of that in our neighborhood on Danzante Bay. But some of our short-term rentals in our street were also used for commercial purposes outside of events. We had a porn movie that was filmed in one of the houses. We had people showing up during the day with vans and food. I'm assuming they were using it for a catering kitchen, and then they were leaving at night. So I would encourage you to add a clause to this that says none of these homes could be used for commercial purposes, because it's much cheaper to rent one of these short-term rentals for a commercial purpose than to go find a kitchen to produce a food product, or to have a catering event, or to produce a film. Those are all very expensive options when you're in that business. So I would encourage you to add that to the regulations.
Thank you very much. So John.
Yeah, when you're here enough, everybody gets to know you. Good evening again. I agree with, both sides of the topic.
Joe, what was your,
We came
I'm
in-
sorry, get your address again, I'm sorry. Your address.
3252 Danzante Bay. I think we all recognize when we came in here months ago that this whole issue needed to get surfaced and have an opportunity to have this kind of dialogue. When I read the proposed initial draft, it just left a lot of holes in it for me around, because I put a whole presentation together a couple of months ago. We had a whole bunch of people come up and presented it to them. And if you allow, you could potentially have 50 spots. If you don't do a lottery, it's first come, first serve. Everybody shows up at 12:01 a.m. knowing that the doors are gonna open up at 8 a.m. And there's nothing that precludes this from having 7 houses next to one another end up being Airbnbs. So I think there are elements that need to be talked about in a public forum around spacing, around the fee structure, the enforcement. How many people are you gonna hire to enforce code violation? And how are you gonna affect the fee structure to account for that? And what are the penalties? There's all kinds of things that were not included in this draft that I believe need to be considered. And then what's the long view for Berthoud? What do you want Berthoud to be? Do you want it to be another Estes Park? Do you want it to be Breckenridge? I don't think we came here as a general community to have it turn into a gateway for transient people. And I also think the long view is, what are we doing around long-term rentals, around like hotels, or attracting in accommodations that can help with the transient nature of holiday or summer or whatever it is, inclusive of whatever the policy is around Airbnbs. So I guess my parting comment is, we would like to be involved in input into the policy and not just have it, written and agreed upon, and then we live with the outcome. Because we'll live with that outcome every day, wherever you live within Berthoud.
Thank you. Anyone else on the right here, or your left? Okay, we'll move over to the front here. Oh, sir, in the vest.
I'm a slight outsider. I live in River Glen. So we share a common sewer. We're also an Airbnb host.
Do you mind if we could get your name and address?
Scott Canby, 1921 Glenview Court.
Thank you.
I just was here to listen, kind of learn, see where the town's going, so that, because eventually it affects everybody in the area. I find two things. Earlier in the meeting, you had a presentation from the park who named you a gateway city. But you don't have any place for people to stay as a gateway city. Do you have a hotel? Do you have a motel within the city limits? So where are people going to encourage people to use this town as a gateway to the park? Which I will tell you is 70% of the people who stay with us, it's their top thing they want to do. They want to go to the park. They can't afford the park or the resort type prices, so they stay within 40 minutes of the park. And it's constant, and we have maps and we pass out, and so it's just something for you to realize. But I agree with the other gentleman, there's no hospitality accommodation within the town, and so what are people supposed to do? Stay every place else, but use your town for revenue? That's gonna be a difficult thing for you to accomplish. And that's how I see it. The other thing is, I don't know how you regulate a legally licensed automobile from parking on the street. I mean, if it's legally licensed, if my brother-in-law comes to town, stays with my sister in town, and wants to go skiing with me, and he parks his car for 4 days with a Utah license plate on it or a Nebraska license plate on it, are you gonna ticket him because he's overstayed his time? I don't see how you manage that. And I think that's an issue you're gonna have to deal with, especially in Old Town where parking is somewhat unique in terms of lack of driveways and garages and other things. I'm fortunate, I have plenty of concrete, way too much, in the county. So anyway, those are how I see it, and that's all I wanted to say. I just kind of saw an inconsistency in your presentation. You're talking about being a gateway city, a tourist place, you don't offer the kind of residencies. And so capping limits or making a difficulty that way, I think puts a stress on your neighborhoods and puts a stress on your town. There's always going to be violators. There are violators from the top of our government to the bottom of the world. People are going to try to find a crack to seep through, make a good thing bad. We have had the most wonderful people in our lives visit our home from literally all over the world. And they have been pleasant and nice to deal with and lovely and bring a whole new flavor to our neighborhood and our time. So just take that for instance, okay?
Thank you. Anyone else on the left? Anyone else in general? Clerk, do you have anyone online?
We do have one online.
Okay. If you're online, if you could go ahead, state your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Judy Ennis, and we own 342 Massachusetts and 338 Massachusetts. And 388 Massachusetts is our Airbnb. And I guess I just wanted to echo what everyone has said so far. There's a lot of concerns and just recognizing that each situation is different. Obviously, understanding Lindsay's and just as much I understand the people that have TPC properties that have concerns. And our property is in a mixed use C1. We don't have our other property is the neighbor. And I just want to echo that each property is unique and each situation is unique. And I just hope that they consider that when talking about all of this. That's all.
Thank you very much. Ms. Inns. That was it, Clerk?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, for speaking up. No matter which side you fall on this, that was fairly informative and respectful. So I guess staff's looking for some guidance here on where do we go from here. How's the board, I mean, I guess we can list off kind of our individual issues with this, I guess, or if we have any.
Well, I would, yeah, give me a suggest. I don't know if staff or Tom has any specific responses.
Yeah, please, that's a great idea. If you had any responses to any of the public comment.
I don't believe so. I guess I could say to the enforcement, that is something that is a challenge that every community who has short-term rentals faces. You can't hide that. When it comes to receiving complaints or how to manage complaints and then verifying complaints, having enough evidence, if you will, to substantiate those complaints, it is difficult. And we certainly acknowledge that very much so. We've been having ongoing conversations with our code compliance team. And as you all know, we are getting a new member to our code compliance. But certainly they have a responsibility to enforce all of the municipal code. So it's not just land use regulations, but also we have noise ordinances that are in place. So we certainly understand and are looking at how best to manage that. And of course, enforcement is not unique to just short-term rentals, but any land use regulations that are in our development code. So we certainly acknowledge that and appreciate that concern wholeheartedly. And then HOA, I know there was a comment made about potentially conflict between HOA regulations in the town of Berthoud and who's gonna enforce what and what have you. One of the internal policy requirements for our application submittals, which we would not include in the land use code regulations, but we will have for our internal process, is we would require that a letter be provided as part of the application process from, if the property does have an HOA. We would want confirmation from the HOA directly that they do not have covenants or regulations in place that prohibit short-term rentals. So we would make that as part of the process of application. So much of the things, you know, we still intend to discuss with our finance department fees and what the fees look like, what's appropriate fees, and of course, that would be acknowledged throughout this process as we move forward in public hearings. But I'll be working, of course, with our town clerk and the licensing process and what that will look like, and how we will refer it out to referral agencies or those agencies that are both internal and external. So fire district will have an opportunity to comment on application materials. You know, our water utilities, public works. So there will be an opportunity when applications are submitted that they will be vetted by staff and that we will make sure that they are meeting the requirements of, you know, basic life safety requirements or, you know, sufficient or public facilities, if you will. So there are things that we are currently still considering and are working through and are very much important as part of this process. And so we will be continuing. It doesn't stop here, obviously. Further conversations, and then of course I'll be addressing some of the things that you would like to see modified. But we certainly recognize the challenges that from both perspectives, whether allowing them or not allowing, we totally understand that there are challenges. So, but with that, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was very thorough. Well, just to start out with, it seemed that there was some consensus on confusion around the need for prohibiting ADUs out of affordability, and also some confusion over the parking wording of having to be in the driveway. Is there anything else that was kind of?
Well, I think there might need to be some clarification on yes, if a property owner comes to the town to get a permit, like would they be forced into the pathway of a bed and breakfast, or could they also opt for the STR permit?
So we would look at the definitions, of course, and however what they're proposing would we would look at the two definitions, and based upon what they're telling us, that would then determine the route forward. So if it happens to be that they are residing in the same principal dwelling unit as their guests, that likely would be a bed and breakfast use. And to that, I guess to that point, so when it comes to classifying a property for tax purposes, that is not within the town's jurisdiction, that is the county's jurisdiction. So how the county chooses to tax a property, whether it's a short-term rental or a bed and breakfast use, is decided by the county. Our bed and breakfast use definition is relatively consistent with what you see across the board. There is legislature currently being considered that would potentially change the classification of short-term rentals. That, my understanding from what I looked into today, it is, if you're curious, House Bill 24-1299. That is a considering classification of short-term rental units for purposes of property tax treatment. So that bill is currently, like I said, it's being considered. I don't really understand the whole process of going to House to Senate back to all that whole process, so I don't know exactly where it's at.
Get in line on.
Yeah. But
I was just thinking of.
right, yes. So that bill, I recommend taking a look at. It is interesting, but it is, the argument is changing the taxing classification of short-term rentals moving forward at the state level, so that would be applied across all jurisdictions. So the county, again, the bill somewhat talks about how they would approach that, and there would have to be evidence provided by property owners, and it would determine then their taxation each year for the property based upon its use. So it's very unique and something that certainly I am keeping an eye on, and if I had more to provide you, I certainly would, but I don't know that it's really moving at the moment. But that would be the town or the county that does the taxing, whereas when it comes to classifying per building code, of course, then that's building code. And we as in land use, we can't override that. So if building code per their own definitions within the regulations of they have definitions too, just like our land use code does, and that then determines the building type or how it's fire rated and all that good stuff, and what triggers a fire sprinkler system. All that is determined by how fire code defines the use. So.
Anything else that
Well,
for, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously I'm concerned about the issue with bed and breakfast versus short-term rental, because I mean, I can't think this is the only example of this coming into play. So, and I apologize, you might have answered this question clearly, so I apologize if I heard you wrong. Would it be illegal for us or allowed for us to add to our definition to provide room and board in order to define a bed and breakfast, as opposed to just to provide room? Because that seems like that would kind of fix the problem without having to go against county code. Because if she's not providing board, then it's not a bed and breakfast, it's just a bed, which seems to me.
So our regulation does not, our definition of a bed and breakfast does not require the giving of meals. It is just simply accommodations to overnight guests.
And that's the county.
No, so this is our definition. However, yes, I can speak from the county and the definition of Larimer County. It is pretty much exactly the same. It is that Larimer County does not define bed and breakfast per their planning department and their development code. They do not include meals. It's you don't have to. It's a choice. That's their definition, but again, that's a land use regulation and a land use code definition, and how then the assessor then looks at that definition. I'm not quite sure and clear how that works. I'm not quite.
So then how's a short-term rental where they're not living in it, not classified as a bed and breakfast, they're just providing board? Whereas the tenant occupied house where they're renting their basement, not providing board, is different in the definition.
The difference is that the definition of a bed and breakfast is where the owner lives on site. And so,
It is with the guests in the same space.
and lives in the same structure as where the guests are staying.
So, but if they had their own private entrance, like their basement had an outside entrance, and they closed off their basement access from within their main living space.
We're also
That
talking
create
about
two units
issues
like a
between
duplex?
building codes and land use codes. And so there are issues associated with the building code, or could potentially be, where we're treating that as two separate units. If it's not, legally two separate units under the building code and permitted that way from a land use standpoint, then it's the same structure.
Her suggestion was to add provisions such that it wouldn't fall into it.
Yeah, and I suspect we could try to come up with reasonable provisions where that may not be the case.
I'm just trying to get a
Yeah, I
better
mean,
line, more of a solid line between bed and breakfast and short-term rental.
Sure.
And a duplex type situation versus a.
But again, if you're calling it a duplex, but it's not a duplex, I think there's an issue there from a land use standpoint. So I think we need to talk about how we, it can't be a duplex if it's not a duplex. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so
There's another.
now there may still be reasonable ways to create provisions that don't make it a bed and breakfast, but where somebody still lives on site. There
Well-
are things like boarding houses and other things that I don't know how we would deal with that. We'd have to create some separate provisions in the code.
Yeah, I mean, the speaker spoke to the term provisions differently than we're talking about. She was speaking
breakfast is served. That, I think that was her meaning, so, you know, if you took the definition that exists and add to it where breakfast is served, then that makes the distinction between the bed and breakfast and the short-term rental, or the bed and breakfast and the person who is just providing a room.
But is that, I'm sorry,
No, good.
is
yeah.
that legal for
Oh,
the
yes.
town to
Oh,
do to
yes.
sort of override, I don't wanna say override, cause I don't know the correct legal
Well-
term, but to override the county's restrictions, could we do that to limit?
As Ton says, we could change our definition, but that will have no bearing on how the county determines what is taxed as a commercial bed and breakfast. We just
They-
don't have any control over that.
They may choose to agree with us that that's no longer a bed and breakfast, but we can't force them to. They may still wanna classify that as a bed and breakfast. Does that make sense?
So would that be up to them to contact us, or is that up to the manager or the owner of the property to either file a variance with the county or to discuss with the county how the county would?
Yeah, that's a discussion with the assessor.
Okay.
And the assessor, you know, as also has been pointed out, you know, and we are waiting to see how this bill shapes up there. It may be directed by the state legislature as to how these bed and breakfasts are gonna, or how these short-term rentals are gonna be classified for tax purposes. So,
And generally, when you look at the definitions, like if you look at this bill, and you'll see that the definition of a short-term rental across the board, what jurisdictions use is very consistent with the state and how they define short-term rental and bed and breakfast and a lot of the land uses. So you can see consistency throughout land development codes on definitions in a lot of instances with the state and how they define uses.
So I'm just gonna jump in here. I think as a chair, this is partially my fault in putting kind of a shortened timeframe on these discussions. I think that was a little unrealistic of me. But after this, we do have a $88 million discussion that's gonna be going on in perpetuity, and I wanna make sure the board is fresh enough to make that. So I think if we spend too much longer on this, we might wanna have to or postpone the Legacy Metro District, or I think we just need to wrap this up.
And I don't think we're gonna solve this problem tonight.
No, we're definitely not. We might need a working group with parties involved, or board trustees as well.
It may just make sense to host another study session about this topic.
Yep.
In a little, in a little less formal format where this is the only discussion topic, if that makes sense to the board.
Mhm. Yeah, and then we can
that's
figure
what
out.
the public process is for, right? I mean, I want everybody to understand that the board and the town are not drafting and adopting regulations irrespective of public feedback. That's actually the whole point of the meeting tonight, and any future meetings that we have, so.
Yep.
So
No, I'm not
I
closing
guess,
it out. Yeah, go ahead.
so I guess with that, I was gonna say, I kinda would like more language in there about the specific commercial purposes moving forward. But based on a lot of the discussions that were happening tonight and the comments that you guys just made, I don't think I would be comfortable moving with the first option. I would rather go to the second option, which is further refinement, significant modifications in future meetings.
Yeah, I think I agree, that's where we're at.
Okay. Yep, sounds like we're in agreement on that. Anything else, right, just real quick that you could have staff look into before a study session, or we can always email to and the public can email in?
Yeah, definition change, parking research specific to Old Town. If there's any creativity or just a model that we could use versus going the variance route.
Okay, yep.
Say ownership to one property owner. So if they own multiple properties, they only get one Airbnb permit, essentially in this example. Is that something anybody interested in, or is that just?
I agree with that.
I think that'd be too hard to, I think there's too many.
But yeah, you
loopholes
can
around
find rabbit holes, like your spouse, your dog could own the property, yeah, but I mean, yeah.
I think that could only be a problem really if we like get up to our cap, right? Is that where you're kind of at, where you're like trying to be fair and like?
Yeah, I mean,
You don't want somebody
owning a.
literally winning the lottery and getting
Right.
all 50 permits.
or 50 properties to then put permits with, yeah.
Yeah.
That and actually the lottery system itself was kind of my last piece of just making sure.
Yeah, lottery system.
Yeah.
One application per so many days.
Okay, lottery system, general application strategies.
Yeah.
I would like to hear more about the community that tried to push more downtown and less on the edges.
Grand Junction?
Grand Junction, thank you. Yeah, I think Mr. Gavin's point kind of shared that this really wouldn't solve anything if it was implemented. And I think everyone is largely on the same page. I think everyone feels for Lindsay. Lindsay and that side definitely feels for Don Sante Court. So we're more on the same page than we look like. That's my only other. Trustee Murphy?
I'd just like to thank everyone here tonight for their input. I certainly value it along with the survey input. I think that's really helpful to adhere to the community's wishes. One instance of that would be the cap in particular. Initially looking at these regulations, I wasn't so supportive of putting a cap in place, but to see that there's a significant majority of citizens that are in support of that, I think that's the direction we can move forward. I was curious with the board, is there any consistency on which option? There might be issues with the number, but I would be comfortable with option 2 out of the management
The
standpoint.
middle one is what I was leaning towards.
That too?
Yeah.
Don't we just say X number?
Which would be just the number.
Yeah, just.
Cap option 2.
As recommended by Administrator Kirk. Beyond that, I really appreciate this work. I know time is of the essence for folks out there, but it's important to get this right. I'm very happy with the first draft. I think it's excellent work. The only thing I'd say is, fleshing out more detail with all of it. I think it's very much headed in the right direction. Life and safety, especially from my standpoint, I feel like could be fleshed out more, but just keep going is what I'd say, yes.
So can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yes.
So for life and safety, would you like to just see more regulations specific to what essentially would be building code regulation? Like
I think it bears
egress?
repeating on some elements that are very pertinent to the public or STR operators. Things you're coming into contact with immediately, such as like an egress map. Making sure some of those real basic codes are reiterated here as they are in the building code. Obviously, I would not expect a lot of STR operators to dive into the building code and making sure they're fully compliant. But I think if they can hit those high notes in this policy, I think it's worth reiterating. That makes sense? If the board agrees with that? That's all I've got.
And these are things kind of to look into for the study session, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I think these are all fair.
Yeah. I was just echoing Trustee Murphy's great job, Tom. I mean, no easy task. So thank you.
Really, yeah. Thank you to everyone here. Is there anything else? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone in the audience here. Let's take a 5-minute break.
No, short-term rent or you guys not have, yeah, 8:20, 8:30.
That's
All right, I'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Thank you everyone for allowing that break. We'll move on now to agenda item number 5, and that's oil and gas regulations. And we have our Community Development Director.
If I may, Mayor Parsbeck, I'll just address this briefly. Sorry, did I hear somebody say no? I got confused. Are we good? Sorry. As you know, the town's been working on updated oil and gas regulations. At the last meeting, there were the board chose to not take action on the oil and gas regulations at the time, and Attorney Mike Foote, who's helping draft those regulations, is working through some additional comments and feedback that we've received. There was originally a notice provided in the paper back on March 7th that a hearing would take place tonight. That was in advance of the last meeting. After the decision the board made, we're not going to do that tonight. And so this is an official request to continue a public hearing and direct staff to republish a hearing to a time in the future when Mr. Foote is able to address those comments that we received. So,
Would you like a motion?
yes, please.
Would anyone like to move on this?
Sure, I'll motion to continue the public hearing and direct staff to republish the hearing to a time in the future when Mr. Foote is available to address comments received.
Is there a second? All right, that was trustee Kirk moved, and is that trustee Murphy second? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Let's move on now to Legacy Park Metro District Service Plan. And this is a public hearing for the audience, so, well, and you do a good job explaining that, so I'll just let you go ahead and do that. And this will be introduced by.
Chris Kirk.
Oh, no, but Ann always describes the public hearing process when she comes up, don't you? Chris,
She
go ahead,
does,
yeah, go
but
ahead and do
Ann
it.
will not be coming up tonight to
All
address
right.
the Legacy Park Metro District Service Plan.
Chris will do that.
Yeah, I'm happy to try to address that. I do not have Ann's attractive slide. As the board will recall, back in 2023, you adopted a Metro District Service Plan review policy. Subsequent to that, the Legacy Park Neighborhood Master Plan was approved by the town board, which is a requirement or a required kind of first step prior to any Metro District Service Plan submittal. Since that time, the Legacy Park development team has put together a service plan that was included in your packet and including a public benefits narrative as required by our policy. They will handle most of the presentation tonight. When you have a public hearing, it's an opportunity for you to receive presentations from the staff and the applicant to ask questions. At which point you will then typically open a public hearing and take public testimony on the issue. After you close the public hearing, then you guys will typically discuss and debate and decide what to do next in providing direction or a vote. And so that's typically how that public hearing process works. Attorney Smith and I are certainly here to answer questions from a staff standpoint. We believe that in general they've met the terms of the policy. Where the board has, I think, fairly significant discretion is in the review of the public benefits narrative. Just as a reminder, there are focus areas outlined in the service plan policy that need to be addressed in that public benefits narrative. 2 of those are required, and then the other 6, 2 can be kind of chosen from that like list of electives, if I could call it that. And so they'll walk you through how they believe they've met the terms of that public benefit requirement. And then the board will make a determination on whether or not they believe the Metro District is in the best interest of the residents to be served by that district. There are some criteria at the end of the summary memo provided by Attorney Smith that was included in your packet about how the how the proponents of the service plan of Metro District believe they've met the criteria, and then how you must disapprove the service plan if there are things that exist, like unless satisfactory evidence is provided showing that there's sufficient existing need for the service in the area to be served by the special district, that the existing service in the area to be served by the special district is inadequate for present and projected needs, that the proposed special district is capable of providing economical and sufficient service to the area within its proposed boundaries, and that the area to be included in the proposed district has or will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness. So that's kind of the, like, must test. There is a may test in there as well, that we can certainly talk through if you feel like that's necessary, but if they've met the terms of our service plan policy, then we would believe that you would, have an affirmative vote to move that, Metro District forward. So with that, if it's okay, I'll turn it over to the Legacy Park Development Team and let them kind of go through their presentation.
Thank you, Administrator Kirk. Welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, Ms. Smith, Mr. Kirk. My name's Alan Pogue. I am counsel to the proponents for Legacy Park Metropolitan District numbers 1 through 5. I'm not the best at this, so I apologize if what do we got here? Buttons. Okay. I want to start here and cover a couple of procedural items that I have to cover, so it'll be quick. This is a public service plan hearing pursuant to Colorado statute, section 32.1.204.5. That requires advanced publication in the newspaper of tonight's events, as well as mailing to the owners of the property that's going to be or proposed to be included in the districts, as well as all entities who've levied a mill levy within 3 miles of the property. We actually made publication twice, once on the 22nd of February, once on the 29th of February. The reason for that is because the town policy that Mr. Kirk just alluded to has a not less than 30 days prior standard, and the state statute has a not less than 20 days. So I wanted to make sure the math was right, so we did it twice. We also mailed notice to the owners of the property. A representative of the owner group is here tonight, Mr. Ludlow, on the 23rd of February, and then sent that to the 3 mile radius entities on the 26th of February as well. So that complies with the state statute and the town's policy. We're gonna go through quickly here, if I may, an introduction of the folks behind me. Well, let me move this over and then I'll come back to that. Now, hang on a second here. Well, it didn't go where I thought it went. I apologize. So I'll just introduce the folks that are here. So with me tonight is Carly Ogden, representatives of the development entity, Don Henson, John Henson, Kevin Mulshine, Ken Spencer, Jake Spencer. Also here for financial advisor, HBS, MBS Capital Markets, Ed Bullitt and Kendall Bullitt. So now, Mr. Kirk mentioned that the town last year approved I'm scared to touch this. There we go. Town adopted a policy last spring. And I think the town's primary motivation there is that town recognized that not all development projects are created equal. Not all metropolitan districts are created equal. The town's policy I characterize as having 2 focus areas. One area is the nuts and bolts, the things that are required by statute to be addressed, and some additional requirements that the town board thought important to be addressed. I'm gonna skip over those for now and touch on them toward the end of the presentation. The other, what I think is more important part of the town policy, is the way I describe it, we want to see something more, we want to see something different section. And the way the town policy defines that is it expects metropolitan district applicants to be able to show that the district will deliver public benefits through extraordinary development outcomes. And the town identified 9 criteria or 9 areas of focus that one could look to show the delivery of public benefits with extraordinary development outcomes. And I don't think, Don, my stuff is in here where I thought it was. that I don't need.
There were two different PowerPoints, so
Yeah, am I in the wrong one?
I think we're in the wrong one.
Okay.
We get a little help.
Yeah, cause this goes right into where you're going.
That's the nerdy one.
Yeah,
You need
that's why you let me go first. So it's that one. Perfect. I can do this for that, okay.
Left and right.
Yeah, got it. Okay, well, you don't need to see that because I already introduced everybody. Here's the list of the criteria or the focus areas in the town policy. I don't have to read them to you, you know what they are, you approved the policy. But there are 9 here. We believe we can satisfy to a level of reasonableness all 9. Mr. Henson's gonna come up here now and walk through how this project and this Metropolitan District proposal satisfy these criteria, specific focus on 4 or 5 of them. So with that, I'll let you have it, Don.
I'm Don Henson, 700 Ken Pratt Boulevard, Longmont. Mayor Carsback, Pro Tem Grace, trustees. It's good to be back. We're excited about this project. As our attorney alluded to, we wish to address some of the focus areas. And we have a lot of background information on this. This is kind of an overview where we touch on the focus areas. I'm sure you guys may have questions when we finish, and certainly the other slideshow, I call it my nerdy show, it's about 150 slides. I've got all the background you guys may want on that, but we'll be here till morning if we go through all of those. So hopefully we can get the point across with this version right here. Okay, imagine a community with a wide choice of housing options. Very walkable and bikeable. Together with construction of extensive multimodal friendly infrastructure. With plenty of places to meet friends and neighbors. And I want to go back here just a minute. We put a lot of thought into planning this development, and especially about quality of life and just making it a place where people want to live. And this Skip Rock Pond that we're talking about, it was put at that location for a purpose, to try to create synergy between that and the commercial area up there, so that somebody could get an ice cream cone or, you know, milkshake or something to go down and spend some time on the pond. So there was a lot of thought put in, not to just that, but everything. So I just wanted to speak to that. And this is the Legacy Park. Obviously, that's the band shell. This is one of the heritage stations. If you remember from the last time I was here, Legacy Trail will actually celebrate the history of Berthoud. There'll be 10 heritage stations on there. And we've really enjoyed working with Mark French to come up with these, the subject matter for these. And not only that, but he helped us, or actually named most of the streets here that'll be on our preliminary plat when it comes in, and they're all named after historical figures from this area. So it's been an interesting and quite fun experience going through that process. And this is the amenity center at the other end of the 2,000-foot-long linear park. And there is the aquatic center on the backside of the amenity center. And really our signature Sunset Terrace. So you can see there are quite a few compelling public spaces. Imagine starting at Wagner Farm Park on the regional trail, and you'll see the stars Wagner Farm Park. And this is actually your arboretum that you're planting in the regional trail there. And the star you see at the top right of the picture is where Legacy Park starts. So you'll be able to get on the regional trail, head south, and go into Legacy Park, and then go on the Legacy Trail all the way to the south, and it connects with the regional trail and actually goes back out to Berthoud Parkway. So quite a neat travel experience, quite a neat public space for everyone to enjoy. Imagine a community where goods and services are integrated with a wide variety of housing. Imagine a community that embraced all the elements of smart growth. Imagine a community that by its very location and design allows its residents to walk to many activities instead of using their cars. Schools, downtown, Wagner Farm Park. That results in at least a 25% reduction in energy consumption and greenhouse gases. A community following compact development principles and higher density that uses substantially less water. Imagine a community that is located adjacent to services and attractions. Together with a mix of uses providing goods and services within the community. Together with the construction of extensive multimodal friendly infrastructure. A community that encourages multimodal transportation. Imagine a community that has environmental sustainability built into its very DNA. Imagine a community that builds a major transportation link for the town. When completed, this critical transportation link, which is Spartan Avenue Extension, will provide a connection from 287 to County Line Road. And with the traffic study, as a lot of traffic studies, you always give your traffic engineer a max number to study. She ran the max numbers. She said Spartan Avenue needs to be built. And we said, well, how much do you need to reduce it before Spartan Avenue does not need to be built? She said, Don, you could reduce your project traffic to 0. Spartan Avenue needs to be built. You need another connection to 287. And if you look at it, you know, Mountain Avenue, and then you have 4E down there. Those are your two connections in this general area. I know you have some further north. But anyone trying to get to 287, this will be key, not today, but as the town grows in the future, it build out, I think that's going to be a critical link that everybody will be glad they have. Imagine a community that wants to support emergency services. So they are donating a future fire station. And to the left, you can see the blue location. To the right is when our preliminary plat goes back in, that fire station site will be on it. Imagine a community that includes the opportunity for shopping, including the provision for a large retail store. This is something I think is critical for the town, for their economics, and for some of the services that the town's been longing for. And we are making some adjustments to our plan to make sure that can be accommodated.
Don, do you mind taking just pause real quick? What are you guys making there?
Can I move to extend the meeting until 11?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Great, thanks. Sure.
Imagine a community so located adjacent to existing population and services that it becomes a missing link of the puzzle. And there's the developed area of Berthoud. And I think this is important because one reason people push infill developments is because you have transportation, utilities, you already have existing infrastructure there. So you've got the road network, and the blue is just showing where the utilities are. There's even a trunk sewer line going through the development, so it's well positioned for development. And the National League of Cities recently stated that increasing housing density or the number of residential units designated to a building area is one of the most impactful ways that local governments can influence housing affordability. So imagine a community that seeks out builders of workforce housing. I don't think it's any secret that we've been working with Mission Homes. David Gregg is a guru of workforce housing. He's advised us on this project. That's some of his product right there. And that's a portion of our plat that we targeted for the Mission Home size lots to go in there. And at this point, while y'all are imagining that, we're gonna have legal come back up, and then we're gonna have some of our finance guys come back up and do some of the necessary things. They make the big bucks, that's why they wear sport coats, so.
Noticed I didn't put imagine anything fun on my slides. 'Cause lawyers are where you go to get your dreams crushed, right? Okay, so Don's gone through for us, again, what I called the we want more, we want something different section. I'm gonna go through what has to be addressed based on your town policies, nuts and bolts provisions, as well as the state statute. All right. So just kind of orient everyone again, this is our vicinity location, out there on 287 and Mountain on the edge of town. The map here that I want to kind of focus over, can you guys see that on the, yeah, you can up there, okay. So we're proposing 5 districts, and I thought I would address that a little bit. I know there's been some discussion in the past with the use of multiple districts and various terms used to describe that. Our primary focus for 5, 2 primary focuses. One is the length of time that a project of this size takes to build out, so it accommodates phasing. Having one district over this entire property would be difficult from a financing standpoint. Mr. Bullitt's gonna talk about that more in a little bit. But multiple districts does allow us the opportunity to phase not just construction of improvements, but the issuing of bonds. We don't want districts issuing significantly more dollars in bonds than they need immediately for necessary infrastructure. That's not efficient, and it costs taxpayers unnecessarily. So the phasing and timing of the absorption of the project is the primary reason for having 5 districts. Another reason is product type. So you can see on the slide here where we've identified different types of commercial and residential products that are going to be, that are proposed for the community. So you've got your traditional single-family detached houses, you've got some multifamily for sale, townhome, condominium, multifamily apartment. Up to the north there, the retail, commercial component, then some additional component, commercial on the sort of in the middle to the west side there, and then additional single-family detached down at the very bottom. So it's as you all know, being the trustees of a governmental entity, when you impose a mill levy, the mill levy has to be uniform throughout the boundaries of the entity. Our experience, my experience is that residential properties, because they are taxed at a significantly lower percentage of actual value, than commercial properties. Typically, you can expect to see mill levies for debt and operations in the 40 to 70 range, depending on the type of community that you're looking at. Whereas commercial tends to be lower than that, given that the commercials pay tax on currently generally 29% of actual. General Assembly has made some changes for this year and next. So product type / differential mill levies to accommodate product type and phasing, the focus of why we would have 5 districts. I would also add that Don mentioned the ability to attract a large retail user to the project, likely would be up towards the north there. It is also my experience that when a retailer like that comes into a project, they expect to have a district mill levy, but they also like to control the improvements that need to be constructed immediately around that property and that site. So it is likely that one of the 5 districts will go with that retail user at the time that transaction is consummated. Then finally on this, the idea here is that just 2 of the districts would be entirely residential, 2 of the districts would be mixed use and commercial, and then 1 district would be all 3, or likely to be all 3. Another thing I wanted to highlight in the from your nuts and bolts portion of your the not as exciting portion of the town policy, there's a reference in there to a control district structure, a control financing structure. You see in our service plan, we use those words, control and finance. I'd like to point out that what we have here is really not a traditional control finance structure in a couple of ways. Number one, the control district, using the term from the town policy, is going to be pledging its own tax revenues to the repayment of all debt. So it isn't a situation where that'll be developer controlled forever and never pay taxes. It's the opposite. All 5 districts are financing districts, but for efficiency's sake, it is better for one district to issue bonds relying on mill levy pledges from the other districts, including the issuing district. That could be all 5 districts at one time. It could be 3 districts initially, followed by the other 2 districts later. So we've used the terminology from the plan, and we have built into, because we're using that terminology, even though I think this is a slightly different type of multiple district structure, we've noted in your plan that there's a requirement for a finding of genuine necessity in order to have a traditional control structure. And one of the things that the thing that your plan contemplates to meet that is that the district, in our case, is more of the issuing district than a control district, have as its president someone who's also an eligible elector in one of the other, in this case, one of the other 4 districts. That is a requirement in our service plan to establish the finding of genuine necessity for this type of multiple district structure as required by your plan. The district initially, there are 5, the entire project is what we call future inclusion area, what your plan, or your policy, I should say, refers to as future inclusion area. So when the dust all settles and the thing is built out, the district boundaries will track with the map I previously had on the screen based on those product types in the different sections of the community. Okay, this is a list of again, I keep using the term nuts and bolts. Your policy doesn't use that term, but that's just mine. List of the various items that are required to be included in the service plan. I can submit to you that every single one of these is addressed in the service plan and in the exhibits to the service plan. Rather than take up more of your evening and read off what's on the screen, it's all addressed. It's referenced in the city or the town attorney's memo that prepared for you in advance of tonight. So if it satisfies Mr. Mayor and the board, I'll just save that for questions from the board if you have any about the specific technical items in the plan. Likewise, the statutory criteria that Chris referred to these four on this screen as the must find, and then the one I'm gonna show you in a minute are the may find. I only point this out just to make sure you all didn't think I was crazy. It reads there at the very beginning, the Board of County Commissioners. I realize this is not a county, that this is a town, but that's a direct quote from the statute, which references the Board of County Commissioners. And then in a separate section of the statute, it tells us that, oh, by the way, these criteria also apply to a municipality. So I don't want to plagiarize or misquote the statute, so that's why it's written that way. Here I will state that I believe that the evidence presented so far and what you're gonna hear in just a second from Mr. Bullitt do show that there's a sufficient need for the service to be provided by these districts. Existing service isn't available, or it is not adequate for the proposed build out of this project. The economical and sufficient service to the area within the boundaries is primarily a financial analysis. And Mr. Bullitt, again, we'll talk to you about that in just a second. And the other must find financial piece is that the district has or will have the ability to discharge the proposed debt on a reasonable basis. That reasonable basis being reasonable market interest rates, as well as the mill levy caps and debt ceilings that are included in your plan and in our service plan, which Ed will talk about. One last thing from, no, I did it again, sorry. And then here's, again, to Mr. Kirk's comment, the may have. We do not believe, I do not believe that there's been any evidence that these 5 criteria could be analyzed in such a way that would lead the board to find that it may disapprove or deny the service plan. I believe that the creation of the district is in the best interest of the area proposed to be served, because the area is not being served at this level and won't be without the district's formation. Proposal is in compliance with all county and regional and state water quality management plans. It is in compliance with relevant master plans including the neighborhood plan that was just recently approved. The service standards of the district are compatible with the towns. In fact, they have to be. That's a requirement. And without these districts being formed, there is no other municipal or municipal or quasi-municipal corporation that is capable of providing the service. Pardon me. Last thing for me before Ed comes up and talks about the finance plan. You will note in the service plan that the maximum debt cap for each of the districts, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, is $65 million. And there's a rather large number in there, $325 million for the combined debt cap. These districts have no intention of issuing $325 million of debt. This is a Tabor voter allocation arithmetic problem. If we do, as I suggested before, let's say District 2 issues bonds and the other 4 districts and District 2 all pledge mill levy revenues to repay those bonds. One bond issue, $65 million. There's only $65 million of cash issued, but because each of the 5 districts are pledging tax revenues to repay those bonds, it counts 5 times. So from a Tabor voter authorization perspective, 65 for each of the 5, even though it's only $65 million of cash. And that is addressed specifically in the service plan as to why it's that number shows that way, to avoid counting, double counting, but not double issuing. So it's still $65 million at the end of the day. Okay. So I will turn it over now to Mr. Bullitt and let him walk you through the finance plan.
Good evening. Ed Bullitt with MBS Capital Markets, and we're the investment banker on the proposed transaction. And I'd first like to commend the town trustees and their staff with developing the policies to review service plans. I've been an investment banker for over 30 years. I've financed hundreds of these transactions, and this project is using more public money to fund improvements that benefit the community as a whole, as opposed to just the benefit the residents live in the community. As you saw from the slides, the money spent on all the amenities, the rec facilities, the trails, et cetera, the majority of the money is being spent for community improvements that benefit the entire community. So the and that's really been driven by your own policies. And I think it's that statement in your policy that says the public benefit through extraordinary development outcomes, and the list of 9 benefits that Alan went over. But it's also driven by the quality of the development team. You know, I've worked with Don Henson for over 25 years, and he has done hugely successful large development projects, and they've all been successful. And most importantly, they've been well designed, well planned, well amenitized, and have met and blended with the local community. Of all the projects, I've never seen the government or the local community, decide that his project was not delivered what he promised, and the projects have all been very successful. So turning to this next. So your service plan requirement, 4J1, the policy for review and service plans states that financial plans must be based on market-based and market comparable data, incorporating projected assessed values, projected absorptions, and interest rates. And we've used that same information to project absorptions and project the revenues for the project. And the summary is here in this table. So the debt limit is $65 million, but the total cost of the improvements is over $92 million. If you look to the far right in the total uses of funds, the financing that's proposed produces approximately $45 million on its best case scenario. So compared to the $92 million in cost and the potential maximum $45 million in proceeds, the difference is approximately $47 million. And that is money that the developer is paying for themselves. And the majority of the $45 million is going for those community-wide improvements that benefit everybody. So if you go back to the left, we've met the policies that the mill cap is 50 mils, the O&M is 15 mils, and total mill cap of 65, which is laid out in your policy. The max debt term is 40 years, debt repayment is 40 years. The bonds are secured by revenues generated by the mills on all residents and commercial properties within all 5 districts. So all property in those 5 districts will pay their fair share. And the developer will fund all expenses not covered by the bond issuance for the district. So if you look to the middle of this table, the proposed financing at this point is a Series 2026 bond for $18,115,000, and it would be based on an interest rate projected of 5.5%, and the commercial component is consistent with state law, that's 29%, and then the residential assessed valuation is based on the 6.8, which is what's projected, I think, for 2025. They would come back in 2031, potentially, and issue approximately $47 million of bonds, and we've projected at a 5.5% rate. And of course, that rate will be subject to the market at the time. And we met with the same assessed value calculations that are consistent with the state law. So that's really the summary of what the financing plan is. And now I'm going to turn it back to Don to summarize.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll wrap it up. Tonight, we've seen legal information, financial information, policy criteria, and check the box. But in reality, when I was before you before, we're community developers. We try to build communities with a high quality of life. That's what we focus on. It's what we eat, sleep, and breathe. So it's really about creating a community. And I must say that the town of Berthoud has set a high bar when it comes to creating a community and a high quality of life. You all should be proud of that. What makes Legacy Park so exciting is to be able to build on what you guys have already started. And if you look at the location next to town, I mean, we're just continuing part of the town, and it's really exciting. You have your Wagner Farm Park, you have your downtown. It's really exciting to be a part of that because you guys have done a great job, and we want to see if we can raise that bar a little higher with our project. Like I said before, we're creating this community for people. We imagine a family headed from Wagner Park down the regional trail to Legacy Trail, with a quick stop for ice cream, of course. Residents and visitors alike shopping and dining in the village center. Families spending time at Skip Rock Pond, or even spending an evening at the band shell. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, young couples, and some of the workforce housing. Toddlers splashing and giggling in the spray ground. Now, this board imagined the same thing when I said, could you imagine this, when you approved the neighborhood master plan about a year ago. In the preceding presentation, we've shown that this community is providing an overwhelming amount of public benefit. And like I said, I think you've seen from what we presented, we really believe in it. We look at the interrelation. We look at, as my other partner says, how to bake a cake. You need all the ingredients, you need the amenities, you need the streets, you need the trails, and how everything works together. And we're constantly, in fact, I have a meeting with staff tomorrow morning to talk about how we can keep, do some passive traffic calming in some areas that we have concern about. So we really believe in it. We really want to make this project the best it's ever been. And we just ask you to give us this much needed financing tool to make Legacy Park a reality and improve this metro district. So with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Trustees, questions?
Oh, yeah, I've got what's going. Anybody want to go first?
I'll jump in quick.
There we go, Trustee Murphy.
Let's see. Regarding your discussions with the fire department, what kind of commitment do you have for land for a fire station?
Well, it will be on the preliminary plat and the final plat. We've had several meetings with Chief Charles. I believe he's here tonight. And we even took some of their footprints for what they like to see, to make sure that the parcel we're looking at would fit it. But our commitment is as soon as they want it, we'll donate it to them. I would think that they would want us to wait till we plat the property. I think because I'm not sure if a fire district is considered a public entity, but I believe under Colorado law, you can do a meets and bounds description to give property. I don't think they're gonna want the property till we get it all graded, get utilities to it, and get it set up for them. I think Chief Charles said they're not immediately wanting to build a station there, but they know they'll need it for down the road.
Second question, you mentioned Mission Homes. I think most of the board is aware of their work. Have you got any firm commitment from them on number of units or any other entities that typically provide kind of affordable housing?
No, we're in discussions with Mission. We've designed the lots for them, but until we get past this point, it's a little early to know how many homes or whatnot. And I will say that when you look at those, the hierarchy of those items, you start at the first two and then there's four. We talked about stopping at 4, but we didn't want to give the board the impression we didn't care about the rest of them. So we went ahead and added the ones in there that we felt we were addressing. So that's kind of where we are on that. Their prototype lot is on our preliminary plat, and we plan to go through with that. So once we get the preliminary plat further along, then it's time to start signing up builders.
Okay. And one last question, regarding, fulfilling some of the requirements for environmental sustainability. It's mentioned that, density inherently has environmental benefits, particularly with greenhouse gas or travel times. My question revolves around what about that would stand out or seem extraordinary above and beyond any of our other density requirements? Yes.
Because under your comp plan, you encourage density. You don't encourage the type density and mixed use that we produce here. And it's not just density. I've got some slides. We can take time to go in them, but there were 3 studies by the Urban Land Institute, and they gave 7 criteria: density, mixed use, multimodal transportation. All the items that we checked in the smart growth thing were in there. So it's more than just plain density. It's putting all of those items together so that, in fact, it was interesting, Urban Land Institute study, only 18% of vehicular trips are work related. And that means the rest of them are, I wouldn't say optional, but if you can provide those services close so you can bike or walk to them, you save vehicular trips. And they actually, they did a report, and they had 3 studies, and like I said, I can pull up the slides if you'd like to see them. And this was, one of the study committees was people like the Environmental Defense Fund, on one side, Shell Oil Company on the other, Harvard, you name it. And the different studies all studied what they call compact development, which is those criteria. And the minimum that the study recognized was a 25% reduction if you include these principles in your development. One of the studies was urban versus suburban development, and Legacy Park is half urban and half suburban. The urban development was the suburban development was 20%, the urban was 60%. So if you look at that, 25% is really on the low end. The other 2 studies had it higher.
Thank you. I'm good.
Alright. Question I always like to ask, why do you wanna use a metro district when there's other developers that can actually build without them?
There may be other developers that can build without them. I don't know if there's another developer that can do this without them. That's just plain and simple. Maybe they're smarter than we are. I just, they can build plain vanilla. They can even put a amenity center here and there. We have loaded this project up with quality of life features, and the way we can deliver that is with a metro district.
So do you need all 5, or do you just need metro districts in 1, 2, or 2?
I think the reason for the different districts is you'll have one district that may be single family, and it may be, if you think about a homeowner association, you got a single family, that's different than a townhome that may have different maintenance requirements or some of the stuff like that, common area maintenance requirements or stuff. And then when you get into condos, that's a different animal. Also commercial, as Alan mentioned. So we want to tailor the district to the land use as much as possible.
Yeah, so that kind of goes to my next question of how do you build affordable housing when you're creating a tax situation that is creating double the taxes for homes that are not in metro districts? So could you, like, for instance, if you have a signed agreement with Mission Homes to build, if so, could you offer a lower mill option and create a metro district that would just contain those homes with a lower mill levy that would be more affordable for that price range of the home? So like that could be like Metro District number 3, and you only ask for 30 mils.
That's exactly right. Just as I said, the commercial properties typically expect a lower mill levy, just the raw number, not necessarily the dollars. An affordable housing project, particularly if it's for sale and not owned by a tax exempt entity that's renting the properties out, which we're talking about for sale here, as I understand it. Yes, we absolutely could use one of the districts to just include that, and it would have a lower mill levy.
And when would we see that? Cause right now you're asking for the maximum mills and the maximum loan amount.
We're asking for a cap. We're not saying that we're obligated to impose the cap.
And quite frankly, I think there are other ways to do that. I don't know the effect of that on our financing plan as I stand before you here tonight. I think there are other ways to accomplish that. And like I said, I think we can make those goals for workforce housing without that. Because let's face it, those people get the same services that everybody else in the district gets. And so it's a little bit a matter of fairness.
Well, it's fairness, but it's also kind of taking that pledge of we're gonna build an affordable housing development and we're gonna do all we can to make those affordable, and that's giving your tax base within kind of a similar price plan as well.
If I
Well,
may,
but because
That's just-
their price of the house is lower,
Oh, yeah, I know.
their taxes are gonna be lower.
Administrator Cook?
You know, the Mission Homes is a good example. They currently exist in the Prairie Star Metro District where they pay the same mill levy rate as others despite being paying a lower actual property tax burden because the value is less. And there was a waiting list for all of those. And so I think, at least as I understood it, I didn't sell them, but I think there's a difference between attainability and affordability. We've talked a lot about that as a board, and what we're not talking about here is deed-restricted affordable housing in
Yeah.
cases where those were owned by a tax exempt entity and it was an actual affordable project in that way. This wouldn't apply. These are market rate houses that are less expensive, typically because they're smaller than other places. And the idea is creating a variety of housing options for folks, and this may be an entry into homeownership. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's quote affordable in kind of the affordable housing context, but that certainly compared to a house that's twice the size, twice the value, or more, is certainly more attainable from a kind of a workforce standpoint for, I think like Mr. Henson pointed out, teachers and firefighters and other folks who I think if you talk to David Gregg from Mission Homes, and I know he's spoken about this in front of you, so I don't think I'm speaking on his behalf, that is a significant number of their buyers is folks that kind of meet in those categories. And so
I'm just trying
anyway,
to.
I think it's important to make a distinction between affordability and attainability, and I know that's something
Well,
you
and
guys all
workforce
understand.
too, so yeah, this is something we might get down the road.
So then my other question is going through the packet tonight, it showed the Metro Districts 1 through 5, and in the diagrams, it showed them as 5 lots all right next to each other, rather than the various zones in the overall development. Why is that?
The entire development is one of the maps I put up shows a future inclusion area. We don't know exactly where the boundaries of each of those need to be or want to be based on what ultimately is built. So when that's determined as plats are recorded and as construction starts, the property will be added to the appropriate district so that it will ultimately end up as those zones develop. But I don't know exactly where to put the specific boundary lines today until development actually starts to occur.
Okay, so then are we asking for Metro District funding too soon then?
No, we won't be funding until the boundaries are,
But doing this too soon?
until something happens, yeah. We won't be issuing any debt where it's just those 5 tenth of an acre pieces right next to each other. There's no tax base there. So once plats are recorded, plans are more finalized with specificity, then the boundaries get adjusted to grow with the project.
Okay, just seems kind of like here's where Metro Districts and oh wait, no, we're gonna put them here.
Well, if I had a crystal ball to know exactly where they would be today, that's how it would be drawn, but there's no way we can know that.
Cause I've just seen other plans where we've had them drawn out, this is Metro District 1, this is where phase 2 is, this is where
I've
phase
seen this too, and almost every single one of them has ended up causing financing problems because you realize, oh, wait, the road was supposed to be here, so that's where we drew the boundary line, but it ended up being down here. And now you've got a district boundary line cutting somebody's house half in two, one in one district, one in the other. That's not the outcome we want.
That was kind of part of our discussion of when do we approve a metro district? You know, how early do we do it or how far into the game do we do it so that we can better plan for metro district planning and not just be doing it at the very beginning, like feeling like we're handing out a blank check sort of thing.
Well, I think the information that's needed is there. It's just exactly where. I mean, we don't know until a plat is approved and recorded exactly where everything is going to be. And it could literally be a 5-foot deviation from what we guess, and it would be problematic.
I just figured it could have been better illustrated, in my opinion. Control districts, the way it's worded in your packet, it basically sounds like you will not allow residential board members until after a certain date, rather than from the get-go of eligibility of being on one of their own metro district boards.
We can't prevent anybody who's eligible from running for a board seat, nor would we want to. As soon as someone's eligible to run for the board of the district where they live, they can run.
Well, no, but I mean, I'm talking about the control district.
Well, the control district's gonna also have development in it. It's not going to be a postage stamp that's owned by the developer forever.
So why are we calling it a control district if
That's
it's
the
gonna be the same as all
terminology.
1 through 5?
That's the terminology that's used in your policy. There will be one district that issues the debt with pledges from all 5. That's typically what a control district does. As I was mentioning before, we don't intend to use it as a true control district because it's also paying towards the repayment of debt. So it's really probably more accurate to call it a managing district, but terminology in your policy uses that term, control
So
district.
will it have powers over the other remaining districts, or will it be equal?
They're equal.
And I would point out to the board that I think I would commend the proponents here because the control district language is language in our policy. We could have just probably more effectively used the terminology that gives rise to the abuse, which is master slave. That was the terminology that is really describes sort of what kind of abuse resulted when you had a developer who controlled a district and only a developer who controlled a master district. And all the slave districts, if you will pledged their financing to that only developer controlled district. So that is really what the abuse is, that's really what the concern is.
So
And you
then-
don't see that happening here. I think I would just say that the proponent probably could have come up with different language for its districts and could have even avoided the whole mention of a control district. But I think, you know, I would give them the credit for not doing that because that would have been maybe a little too cute trying to avoid the issue. So I think this way you get to have this discussion and I think
But
that's good.
it's no more powerful than any of the other 5, it's just district number 1 / control district.
I would make the analogy that if the town of Berthoud were going to finance an interchange on I-25 with 3 other jurisdictions, one of the jurisdictions might issue the bonds to build it with all jurisdictions contributing funds to repay those bonds. No more power in one than the other. It's a collaborative effort among.
That's just what I wanted some clarity on.
Yeah, no, it's, and Aaron's exactly right. I mean, I went around and around about how to describe that, and I didn't want you to think that I was not pointing out that one district will likely issue all of the debt, but not use the word control to try to avoid the question. So I'm glad you asked the question because that's why we wrote it the way we wrote it.
I made this comment in the previous display you guys made with us with the Legacy Trail coming down from the rec center, crossing Mountain Avenue, coming into the retail area. I'm gonna reiterate my concern there again is that we're having a 10-foot trail going through a shopping center. I still feel like bikes are gonna have to dismount because it's gonna be a pretty high pedestrian traffic area. Is there any design criteria that we can put in there that bicyclists could still come through, not feel like they have to dismount. I don't know, just, if I'm riding my bike on the trail, I wanna be able to come down and not feel like I have to dismount and walk, 100 yards and then get back on my bike and continue riding down that trail. It'd be nice if there was an opportunity to not have to go on the parking lot and deal with traffic. But that's just something I brought up before and just wanted to.
So you're kind of tying this into the multimodal extraordinary benefit?
Yes, as a matter of fact, trustee Hardy, you said that when we had the neighborhood master plan. Within a week, we took your comment to heart. It was a great comment. And so what we have done is now the regional trail comes down Berthoud Parkway and then hugs Welch
Okay, I see that now.
over to there. But we still want to try to attract those pedestrians coming through
Oh, yeah.
the other way. So we made that a neighborhood trail that goes through the commercial area. Because we're trying to promote commercial, we really are. We want those
Oh,
to
definitely.
do well. So we can be trained.
But I may not want my ice cream until I've gotten down to the bottom. So, I'm just gonna get on my bike and walk it, so I just wanna be able to ride my bike through and not feel like I have to
But that was a good comment. We took it to heart.
okay, cool. I didn't see that before because we're going through the slides pretty quick.
Yeah, and I apologize for that. You always, as a presenter, you never know where you're boring the audience to death or you want to move on, so be glad to back up to any other
With
slides.
some wayfinding there says bikes this way, pedestrians this way. All
And
right.
that's exactly the thought we had.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. One thing about the far left side, that was all commercial clear down to Spartan Avenue initially. I noticed you're putting townhomes and apartments over there. Is there the way we can continue this live, works, play type environment and build apartments that have commercial on the ground floor with apartments or condos above them? Very similar to what we're seeing built in Boulder along Pearl Street.
That actually, I think on the neighborhood master plan is mixed use, kind of stretching between the two commercials. I'm talking about the commercial node at the, in the
Versus
south,
condos, apartments,
and the
townhomes.
other, the top part. Our focus right now is twofold, because all the utilities and all the services are on the east side. Our focus is on the east side. We're gonna develop that side. We're also focusing on trying to land that large retailer and get the commercial going. And then, there'll also be some commercial at Spartan. It's a little hard to tell what's gonna happen in between, which why that is mixed use. It could very well be apartments.
But you know what I'm talking about, the building construction style where
I have seen those. I love live work or live over work. It's just a matter of whether the market's for that in 5-7 years when we're over on that side of the project and developing. But certainly, I think you've seen we're pretty innovative here. That could be a possibility.
And then two more. The pool caught my eye and its proximity to the high school. We have been getting lots of comments in our board about building a pool that's big enough for a swim team to utilize. Have you guys considered, the pool looked like it was fairly wide, and almost looked, I could count how many lanes because we went through the picture too fast. That's just conceptual too. Are you planning on building kind of another splash pad type pool, or is it gonna be like a lap pool? What kind of pools?
The intent is to it to be a recreational pool. It may have some lap lanes in it, but we haven't budgeted for a full Olympic-sized pool.
Oh, not Olympic size,
And
just
still to
competition.
accommodate swim team. It takes, there was a development, Oak Leaf Plantation in Florida I was involved in, and we ended up, because there was a lot of demand for swim team, after the developer left control, the residents issued a second tranche of bonds to build a competition junior Olympic swimming pool to there. And that's the advantage of being in a district, but I'm not sure if it's feasible under our circumstances to be able to do a junior Olympic pool, if that's what you're talking. If
Yeah,
you're
I don't think
talking
maybe
about
Olympic
3 or
size,
4
just something like that
swim
for high school
exercise
students.
lanes, yeah.
So something similar to like what we had in our town park, because I know they used to go over there and practice at least. I don't know if they did some competitions over there too.
There'll be some exercise lanes, but it's a little, you know, I couldn't commit to you it's gonna be X or Y or Z at this point.
Well, we get a lot of-
Obviously, we've got a heavy lift and we've gotta keep everything in budget.
We get a lot of comments about it, so be prepared for that probably in some emails maybe or something from our community.
And to be honest, I think some of the problem, Tim, was having them in a metro district. I think there was a push for municipal control.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I kind of like build a facility that's accommodating to some of the public comments about having a multi-lane pool and also keeping the rates that are in check that are like comparable to like what we're charging at the rec center, so it doesn't seem like they're trying to keep people out of the pool, even though it's a public pool, sort of thing, I don't know. Just kind of keep it community oriented, cause that's what you talk about in this whole thing, that this is all very community oriented. And if you build a pool and then charge 5 times the rate what we're charging at like a rec center, then that kind of.
I can assure you the rates will be fair to the taxpayers within the district and the people who aren't paying taxes on it, and it's a balance. And I've heard you loud and clear. In fact, I watched discussion when y'all were coming up with the board policy, and that you spent quite a bit of time on that, so we understand your concern.
And then the last one, the big question that everybody always asks us, water. Do you have water for the development, or how are we dealing with the water situation with all these homes and commercial needs?
We have some water, but it's probably be used as a non-pot water. We've been having discussions with the town on several options, as far as the water goes. And we have in our, district budget for some non-pot, probably on common areas, because when you get really dense, to get non-pot to a 20-foot wide townhome, you get a point of diminishing return in the distribution. So that's something that's ongoing, but we've been working closely with the town, having discussions about how we can make their system better, whether it's putting funds into the town's system so they can buy water sometimes in bulk, a lot less expensive than we can. There may be an option to prepay some water so that they can go out and buy. So those are ongoing discussions, but we don't have anything finalized at this point.
I just wanted to see how much of our portfolio is gonna be funding into this versus what you were bringing to the table, since it's a 100-year-old farm, so didn't know how much water was left on it still. So, okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Ray.
Well, you asked a lot of mine.
Well, I must have had good questions then.
Well, you had great questions. I do just wanna expand on the water thing a little bit, and I might actually just direct that to staff and just kinda ask. I guess the worst case scenario is you get started and there is an issue with acquiring water, and I'm only bringing this up because admittedly, you're a large development, right? I mean, here in the town of Berthoud, so it's not like we're just approving 100 homes or something and yeah, we'll figure it out. So, you know, you could end up in a situation where development needs to stop or be paused, or, you know, so I just kind of looking for if there is a vote of confidence.
Yeah, so there's, if I may, I'll address that kind of in 2 ways. The first is, I think it's important to remember tonight that we're talking about the service plan and
Sure.
not the development.
Sure.
And so,
But some of these, I was paying attention, but Chris, some of these tie into the extraordinary.
yeah, I'm getting there. And so obviously the land use and the service plan are integrally related, right? But for the land uses and all the effects of those land uses, those 2 things wouldn't necessarily need, those 2 things couldn't exist, right? So, from a water perspective, the district can be used to help improve water infrastructure, to deliver water to the project, provide water resources, do all those things, and that's part of this district structure. How we actually do that is part of our water dedication ordinance. It's part of the land use approvals that you've already given via the neighborhood master plan, and so practically speaking, they have some non-pot water that we're working with them on, that we also own shares in the same non-pot water source. And I think there are some really good collaborative ways that they can help improve some of the infrastructure that delivers non-pot water to our resources as well. And we're working through those as Mr. Henson mentioned. So There's non-pot resources available and that can continue to be expanded depending on where it's kind of reasonable to be utilized. And then the rest of it would just fall under our water dedication ordinance. So they will either be required to dedicate water to the town to serve their development, or where we allow, they will be allowed to pay cash in lieu. And that's at the town's discretion in our ordinance, as we've talked about lots of times before. And if we don't have water to sell via our cash in lieu, they won't be able to move forward. We have a significant amount of water resources available to us that have not been committed. And so we believe that they have the ability to move forward under our current water dedication policy and potentially in cash in lieu. And if we can't, they'll have to bring water to the town. That is how our ordinance is written. And so, we're working through all the specifics about that. Before anything gets built, as you know, water dedication or water cash in lieu has to be dealt with before a building permit can be issued. So the impact can't be created until we are confident that we either have the water to provide or they have brought us enough water to serve whatever's getting built. Does that make sense?
It does, and maybe just add like a little more specificity in getting back to like the size of this development. So I want to commend the proponents of the project for developing such an integrated plan, right? But it's great when it all comes together. So my reasoning for asking the question was just that it's big, and so yeah, you could build a section of residential and then realize, oh, we need to pause. Water prices got out of control. And then now we just have a little piece of it, we don't have the whole pie, right? So I just kind of wanted to understand if the town was confident that when time came, the water would be there.
We are confident, or we would not have recommended that you approve the neighborhood master plan.
Yeah.
And so I think, kind of in a broad brush perspective, from a town staff perspective, we believe that we'll be able to deliver water to this development. But the reality is, there are a whole lot of factors that can influence that. We have, like I said, and as you know, we've talked about in the past, we have a strong portfolio. We're looking at kind of development projections over the next 5 years and what we own and what we can continue to support. This is a long-term build-out project, so I don't know what life is gonna look like 15 years from now. But again, I think we have both the resources available financially, we have the right policies in place to continue to push this project forward. And again, if there is no water to buy, because if, let's say, worst case scenario, we don't have any water left to sell via our cash and lieu policy. Our water dedication ordinance already says we can require you to dedicate water. That's already an option available to the town. We can do that anytime we feel like we don't have the water to sell. If there's no water for them to buy, there's no water for us to buy either, which means Colorado's in a real bad spot, right? We've all hit the limit. And so, but in the case where we don't have any, we can require them to go get it. And if they can get it, they can bring it in and dedicate it to the town. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways that can all happen. There's a lot of reasons why that development might stall in the next, over the course of the build out of the project anyway. Right. Irrespective of water, right? Market conditions and those are never good for anybody, but we won't be in a different boat than anybody else around us either if something like that happens.
Gotcha. That's helpful. I just wanted to piggyback on what Trustee Hardy had brought up. So one question I do have is, I guess, getting specific on the service plan and the town's policy on establishing extraordinary outcomes. I'm going to focus on extraordinary commercial outcomes. I guess, by the way, our first service plan to come through our new policy. Right? So thank you for being a guinea pig and right along.
Kind of used to that. We were the first under your neighborhood master plan.
Well, thank you. So a couple of the focus areas, things like smart grid, encouraging a mix of residential and non-residential. Another focus area is economic health, creation of jobs. And so I know you all, from the neighborhood master plan, from what you presented today, to kind of hit on those focus areas are committed to commercial, and just I believe that does provide a lot of amenities to the town, and so could bring extraordinary outcomes. So I appreciate you focusing on that. I was just kind of curious about your vision for the timing of the commercial development relative to the residential. Maybe it's a question for staff, but I like that you included a daycare. That's an amenity that, not necessarily commercial, but kind of commercial, but that's an amenity that's absolutely needed here in our growing community. So how do we make sure that that's going to happen and not change to, I don't know, Bob's Sandwich Shop or whatever. And then, yeah, just if you had anything else you wanted to add about the commercial side of the development.
Well, I will say that we are pushing commercial. We have had several prospects very interested. And as most, especially the large footprint prospects, the easiest way to get on their bad side is get ahead of them in announcements.
No, not asking for
But
names.
that being said, your economic development, your economic development team and even your town manager have been a part of a lot of those discussions. And quite frankly, that interest is more than we would have expected until we got some more rooftops in there. So it's been very encouraging, so much so that in that corner, we are making some adjustments to the plan based on feedback we got from the prospects. We've even hired one of the site engineers that does a lot of those footprints to give us some land planning and do preliminary site plans there so we can make sure we get our turn lanes right and get everything done. We're spending money that normally the commercial developer that's developing for the big box comes in and does that. The reason we're doing that is, number one, we want to attract them. Number two, because we're very hopeful we'll get a return on our investment sooner rather than later. And I don't mean you're going to have a store open next year, but hopefully in the first half of the project life, we'll see some activity there.
Okay. Gotcha. And then maybe just on that's good on the timing, but just, when we talk about specific, I guess, businesses that could set up, so how do we ensure a daycare goes on that spot? And that's probably a gap in knowledge on my part, so I apologize for.
Well, I can address that. It's actually in the neighborhood master plan as commercial. We have that's our vision plan. We target that as a daycare, and that's one of the quality of life things we're committed to.
Sure.
Is there's not a daycare land use so it's commercial. I right now couldn't imagine another commercial use in that location right by the entry to the amenity center. The reason we put it there is because we thought it'd be good, especially for parents coming in. Maybe they drop their kid off at daycare and they go work out or whatever. So that's our vision, that a daycare would serve the community. And I always look, when I raised my kids, everywhere I went, I drove 10 or 15 miles. I was raised out in a rural area, and every activity, I was in the car. And so when I started planning communities, one of the things I looked at is, okay, how far is the elementary school? And sometimes we put elementary schools within the community. Sure. Where's the daycare? Is it close by? So that was the thought behind that being a daycare. I hope that gives you some.
Well, no, I mean, it certainly provides background on the desire. I guess I'm just,
I think
somebody could go and change on the map and say, Bob's
practically
Sandwich Shop.
speaking, you cannot limit zoning on a parcel to one land use.
Okay.
And so if it's zoned commercial, then any allowed land use under that commercial designation would be allowed to be constructed. And so, until somebody pulls a building permit for daycare, there's no way to guarantee that that's gonna be the case. I think they're sincere in their desire to include these kinds of amenities, because I think it enhances their neighborhood, right? And their development. But the reality is, we can't take a single piece of property and say you can only use it for this land use.
Yeah. And
Let me give you
go ahead.
a little bit more assurance.
Yeah.
If you look at that location, which is right beside the entry to our amenity center, we have probably 1,500 homes to sell. If you think about it, we're gonna be very careful, because the first thing that the home buyers are gonna do is drive down to the amenity center and see what it looks like. We're not gonna have a Jiffy store there, I can assure you.
Yeah, you kind of see where my mind is headed, and yeah, I just.
Yeah, we have a vested interest, probably more than anybody in this room, to make sure that whatever goes there is appropriate. And the only thing I can think of would be appropriate today is the daycare. There may be another use, I can't think of it right now.
And I'm using the daycare just as like an example, but, yeah, well, appreciate the responses, thanks. Go ahead. Tag.
All of my questions have been addressed, so thank you guys for good questions and thank you for your answers.
You go, Tim?
I'll try to, I guess, pick up the pace a little bit. On the west side, a lot of those streets do cut across. Are you planning on tying that in? I know this is development plan and this is Metro District. I get that. I'm just asking as a question, are you planning connecting it to the west side, on the west side of the development?
I'm sorry.
So,
They connect to Metal Arc, is that what you're
yes,
asking?
Metal.
North side.
All those will connect.
They will.
Oh, I see,
Yeah, okay. I also saw earlier up you had trails, when we were talking about pathways. It actually looked like it cut over kind of the natural area as like a pathway further up. Is that will be in the plans as well as what I'm kind of seeing in this?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
If it's not, I apologize, on my computer, I know how to run it. I'm a little bit, at a loss here. Maybe I can find what we're looking for.
Now, Mayor Pro Tem Grace, are you talking about the trail at the south end of the property along the Dry Creek corridor?
Yeah, and then it cuts across and kind of goes back up the hill to the southernmost section of this development.
I've got it on here. Oh, I got a hit. Thank you, sir. Anybody over 50 should not be up here.
You're fine. You're fine, it's difficult.
Okay. No, I don't, but we can get to it fairly quickly, I think. Let's see. There it is. Okay, good.
Yep, okay. Yeah, so the dotted blue line is kind of a footpath that goes between the two. I hate seeing neighborhoods, oh, it's the same neighborhood, but it's, cut across and it's a little satellite. It doesn't get any of the benefits, and I'm just making sure that.
You're talking about the part that's south of Dry Creek?
Correct.
Yeah, if you remember in your neighborhood master plan, you guys asked that be connected.
Yes.
And we committed to that. Our application's in with FEMA and the agencies to make sure that can be done. We don't see a reason why it can't be done unless we get a really odd response back. So
cool.
The difference is the kind of pink are the regional trails, and then we went ahead and added neighborhood trails to supplement the regional trail there, which is blue.
That's perfect. I'd love to see the regional trails tying in with current regional trails and moving onwards, and local trails kind of working in and out of that as well. And because I have this view now, I can see that some of those houses are alley load, kind of around that central doormat essential area, walking park, which was my next question, but I can see here, it looks like it's an alley load style, so.
Definitely, that was one of the quality of life things. We didn't want drives coming out on that street right there, right at.
Yep.
I mean, that's the perfect view, and that's really the linchpin of our whole development's Legacy Park. So
Yeah.
we're pretty particular about it.
Fully agree. No, and it looks great, and I know it was a lot more, less about metro districts and more about just kind of making sure I'm looking at the map correctly.
Glad to answer the question.
Yeah. Let's see, Trustee Kurtz already asked about when commercials go in, and it looks like you're encouraging commercial to come in early. In terms of phase one, do you currently have an idea, I guess?
Phase one will more than likely be residential, because once a commercial tenant comes on, they have to go through the same plating process and all. So it'll be a little bit behind that. Quite frankly, we've gotten two comments. One is coming in sooner. We know we like rooftops, but one of the reasons it's coming in sooner, the comment is they like being in a development that's got the quality that we have here. So that's an attraction in itself.
Okay. I guess the last question I have is, I know at the very beginning you were kind of talking through this and you were going through the slides pretty quickly. I know we have a pretty broad policy now in terms of what's considered an extraordinary benefit. But I was actually gonna ask if you could go back and touch on what are the four specifically extraordinary benefits that you're claiming here, because we went through all of them really fast.
Okay. Well, the environmental sustainability.
Okay.
And the smart growth management, which are required.
Yes.
And then the other was emergency services, which is the fire station.
Yep.
Donation, and the critical public infrastructure, which was the Spartan, it was more than just Spartan, but it's just the Spartan extension that, quite frankly, will have as much town traffic on it as it will project traffic.
Okay. I guess could you touch on the environmental sustainability one? I think I might have been taking notes on something else.
Sure. Now, if I get some help to get my other slides up, I've really got 50 slides on environmental sustainability, but let me just try to go through it this way.
Sure.
And if you need more information, I'll be glad to pull them up. Okay, here we go. Environmental sustainability. Okay, there's a whole study on compact development and how good it is for the environment. And they're pretty much mirror the smart growth criteria for compact development. And it says, and it's more than just higher density. It's mix of uses, it's promoting multimodal, several criteria for that. And that reduces vehicular trips. And I mentioned the studies before that the Urban Land Institute, it's not just them, they actually did a report on 3 national studies. And they all came up with a minimum of a 25% reduction in greenhouse gases, as much more for practicing compact development. I think that is huge. That is more impact than you can get from putting some vehicle charging stations out, or some of the other things that you normally associate with that. I think that's a huge impact right there. In addition to that, just some of the other stuff that I don't have in the slides, you notice the Legacy Park, we creating the dry creek through there.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually, we're also using that as a stormwater conveyance.
Okay.
And because it is a creek, it kind of acts like a 2,000-foot long kind of unofficial rain garden to help let the water perk in the ground, and so that's one of the things. The other thing is our open space requirements about double what you guys require.
Okay.
You require about 30 acres, and I think we're in the 70s. So all in all, I hope that gets you over the hump there.
No, I was just making sure, because it sounded like the environmental sustainability and smart growth were overlapping to the
They
point where
do.
it was almost
They
the
really
same.
do.
Well, with the density, I was just making sure it wasn't overlapping to the point where you were essentially counting the same point twice in 2 different columns. So I was just checking to make sure that they were in fact different in their way that you explained it. So yeah, that was it. That's all I got.
Thanks. I had several similar questions with environmental sustainability. So essentially, it sounds like density is kind of the argument. The way I'm looking at this is that how would this metro district help make the same development better? Or Chris or Attorney Smith, is this, am I saying this right? This policy of ours requiring extraordinary benefits is saying this needs to provide extra or beyond what they could do without a metro district, right?
I don't think our policy is explicit in that way, and I think what the intent, well, maybe I won't say the intent, but I think the way the policy is written is that it's delivering extraordinary public benefits through extraordinary development outcomes. And I think that phrase is important, and I think there's some leeway in the policy for the board to determine whether or not you believe that they have provided the benefits outlined in the policy in the way that you intended. Now, on the environmental sustainability side, the specific language from the policy says development of public improvements that deliver or facilitate the delivery of specific and measurable environmental outcomes, including but not limited to reduction of greenhouse gases, conservation of water or energy, encouraging multimodal transportation, enhancing community resiliency against future environmental events like flooding, drought, etc., increasing renewable energy capacity, or delivering other environmental outcomes. And so, if you'll recall, when we went through the policy development process, we started with Fort Collins as a model. I think was probably the best way to describe that. And they had a very prescriptive policy, and it was like, you know, you shall have,
Right.
you know, X number of houses with solar panels, and you shall have, you know, X amount of affordable housing, and you had to kind of pick and choose from those things and say, okay, here's how we've done this. And there's a lot of discussion about, we don't wanna be prescriptive, we wanna allow for, you know, kind of reasonable interpretation of the policy and also creativity. You know, rather than say, you shall do the following, let's say, can you deliver an exceptional development that provides public benefit?
So I guess
in
my
these
question, I'm
categories.
looking
So I
at
think-
this the wrong way, like I'm kinda looking at this, why do they need a metro? Like, you need a metro to provide an extraordinary, a better environmental policy than what you would without it.
Yeah, and I think,
Or I guess that's not the way to look at it, because we don't have that requirement for Farmstead.
yeah, I mean, I think that's true. Well, Farmstead's not a metro district.
That's what I'm saying, we
Yeah,
don't have that requirement in
That's
Farmstead.
And so I do think that's another kind of interesting caveat to this whole process, right? But for a metro district, do you believe that they could have delivered the kind of development that we're looking at?
That's what I'm looking at.
And I think, you know, when you look at this development compared to Farmstead, I think they are two different developments. Farmstead also, if you'll recall, we agreed to pay for a significant portion of the roundabout at Highway 56 and County Line Road because they do not have a metro district help deliver that kind of public improvement. That's not what we're talking about here, and so there is kind of a,
yeah,
there's
and I
kind
get
of-
all this, I'm not.
There's kind of a there's this balance, and I think that's a
Yeah,
decision
and I
that you
think the
guys
same
have to
board
make.
would help them out if they were trying to do something to avoid a metro and it was within our purview to do that. I think at least the last, you know, the idea was to try and help the excesses of a metro, but also help those that don't wanna be in a metro, and I think that was kind of the ultimate goal. Maybe that's up to interpretation. So since our new water policy or landscape design guidelines are kind of pushing more of a permaculture or a xeriscaping, that's kind of already inherent in our code, the water efficiency or the water conservation, right?
It's not a requirement, but it is encouraged, and so, and I think that's part of the interesting conversation about compact development and you know, all this connectivity. We have some kind of bare minimum standards. Actually, I think our standards are much higher than bare minimum, but we have what they would be required to meet, and then the open space is like a really good example, right? Our code requires 10% open space above and beyond the parkland that's required as part of your project. They're providing more than that. And then, you know, so then the question, and really significantly more, and the question becomes, is that enough? And I think that's part of the struggle here with this policy, in reality for you, is that you have to determine, are they truly providing a development that has a higher level of environmental sustainability potential? In terms of reduction of greenhouse gases, conservation of water or energy, encouraging multimodal transportation, enhancing community resiliency, increasing renewable energy capacity, or some other environmental outcomes. And again, I think that's the decision that you have to make. That is the discretion that you have in the way the policy is written.
Okay. My final question was, so the opening slides, and this isn't, Don, you're great, by the way. I really do agree with the sentiments of what Chris said, being more engaged in most developers, and I can tell you're very interested in this community and your colleagues as well, so. I think this will be a good development. I just want to be in line with our policy and also I just want to make sure that we're seeing what we're gonna get or something in line. So on your first couple slides they were very green, almost like turf. But you know, are you gonna have turf along this Founder's Park?
Yes.
Okay,
And I'll give you a reason why. I mean, obviously, we have to comply with your ordinances and hopefully we'll be able to use.
I'm happy with it. If you
a
can flip to
non-pot
it,
system.
it's just really, really green. So I just wanna make sure that's similar to, you guys are actually projecting what we think it might be.
Yes, and the reason for that, because it is a dense development.
Mhm.
And if you think about it, because it's a dense development and people don't have, you know, 100-foot deep backyard for kids to run in and all of that, we're having to bite the bullet. I say having to bite the bullet, that's a wrong choice of words. That's a bad choice of words on my part. We're creating that linear park, and you know, we could put the most inexpensive things, put one square park in the middle. But we wanted all along, because it is a linear development, it's 1.5 miles long, we wanted to have the park available to everybody along there, but we didn't want a bunch of little pocket parks either. We wanted that mass feel to it. And so we have to have some, I say have to, for the quality of life we're looking for, we really want to have turf areas. Not that you're gonna line it off as a soccer field or something, but so kids can go out and throw a frisbee or play chase or do what kids do, or somebody can go out and lay a blanket on the ground and read a book and enjoy the sunshine. So we see that as a very social type park. So I hope that gives you some insight.
Thank you, yeah, it does. So largely we're kind of going in that direction.
And I'd like to go back to, I see you struggling with the sustainability issue and does it
Well, this got a little easier. So I have a problem when we call water conservation environmental, because it's never gonna go back to that river. I'd love to tell that lady from the national park that we donate water back to the Colorado River, but it just doesn't work that way. So I think to me, it's more of an efficiency thing. We can get more houses for what we have. But
I think water efficiency is a good way to describe it.
right, and so I was about to push back on I was gonna push back on the environmentalism, but I see we have it right in our policy that is, so. I have no more questions, thank you.
Yeah, but for the metro district, we can't deliver the quality we're looking for, so that's what we're asking.
Okay.
We want to give you a high quality development.
Thank you, and yeah, all the other questions are asked and answered, so thank you very much. Is there anything else, trustees, as far as questions? Okay, at this time, I'll open up the public hearing to, if we have anyone signed up.
Mayor Karsbeck, as you do that, we did receive written comments late this afternoon. They asked us to distribute. I don't know if that's appropriate. I will give them to you. The clerk has a copy if anybody wants to read it. But they were from Mission Homes, so
Okay.
I'll just pass those down.
Thank you. I'm guessing those are part of the final packet too or something?
They
As
are,
public comment.
and I think here the issue is, it's a short, fairly short piece of correspondence. I think it'd be problematic if it was something that was so long that you weren't able to read it here at this sitting.
Hmm.
From what I see, right, it's fairly.
Yeah,
It's a
very
paragraph.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we have no one signed up. We have a company that's written in. Clerk, do we have anyone online?
There is not, Mayor Karsbeck.
Okay, I will go ahead and close the hearing, bring it back to the board for deliberation and a vote. Well, I guess, well, never mind. I was gonna say we give the applicant a chance to respond, but no one spoke up, so. We feeling largely supportive. We could go down the line, or we could just see if anyone wants to go for a motion.
Do a motion.
Okay, do that one.
But the bullet. Yeah, using the bad phrase, no.
Actually, I think the motion would simply be to approve the resolution that was included in the packet.
Go here.
Computer.
It says, please see criteria. So you're just saying refer to the packet.
Well, the resolution has been prepared so that it makes findings that all the criteria have been met. So if, and I believe it's resolution number
2024-6.
2024-6. So an appropriate motion would simply be to approve resolution 2024-6.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem has moved on the approval of Metro District Service Plan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Kurtz has seconded. Is there any final discussion? Amendments? Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy,
This is just on the Metro District, right? That's all.
Yes, this is just Metro District.
No.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Mayor Korsnett.
Yes. All right, thank you. The motion passes. Thank you very much for you waiting in the room. I hope you learned a lot about short-term rentals and the national park before you get back to Florida.
You know, I really, I feel for you guys. That's a tough issue for you guys.
This is a typical Tuesday
Yeah.
for us, man. We're
Keep it
coming up.
lively. Okay, at this time, we're not gonna take action in executive session, so we can go from reports to executive session.
And the reason the one I sent.
Hey, Mr. Ludlow? If possible, if we could put the socializing, thank you. No, I'm not mad. You're so loud. I wanna go for it.
Wasn't around.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine. Okay, so we'll start out with, I think it's Trustee Hardy, for reports.
Do I have any reports? Other than, let's see here. Seems like I just want to comment on the sewer pipeline situation downtown. That's finally moving.
Yay.
They got off to a slow start. Went out to I-25, saw the sculptures. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Bright lights still over the propane tank, not cool. I think that's about it, other than get out and vote. Let's see what this new board's gonna look like.
Thank you. Let's go down the line. Trustee Kurtz?
No reports, I guess, just go vote. Ballots due April 2nd.
That's right. Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, same. No reports.
All right. Trustee Murphy?
Just wanted to bring up some of the stuff we've got going on in tree committee. We've got Arbor Day at April 27th at Lion Park. I believe that's 10 a.m. I'll have to double check that. Let's see, there was some discussion at the last meeting about a tree carving cost share program for kind of the stumps that we've seen around
that's a
town
good idea.
carved up. People are generally supportive, but we wanted to hear from an artist on the issue. Let's see, did the typical social media kind of post review. Let's see, tree staff, they've been working on tree removals around town. We've got a new forestry tech on board. And they were able to pick up some electric saws and pole saws through that grant program, which is pretty cool. They're very happy with them. And the last thing is me and Forester Furnace have been pursuing some Arbor Day stuff with both the elementary schools. We have some activities planned with Ivy Stockwell currently, and I'm hoping to get some discussions going with Berthoud L later this week. And we might have a visit from Smokey the Bear too, so that's pretty cool.
Dang, I'm in.
You must be
I just
old.
invited myself. That's awesome.
That's all I've got.
Yeah. I don't know if this is true, but apparently it's actually like really hard to get that position.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Smokey the Bear?
Yeah.
Trying to hot
Harder than your average
Doesn't show up
mascot.
for anything.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Youth Advisory is meeting tomorrow morning, doing their thing. They're trying to get, some more members, and I think they're trying to get their scholarship stuff finalized, sent over to Cindy to make sure that funding can move accordingly. Other than that, other than my usual railroad updates and stuff, I guess the other piece of information, because I'm terrible at reading a calendar, I am not gonna be here on April 9th because I'm gonna be having just watched the eclipse down in Texas. Meaning, this is actually my last meeting sitting on this side of everything.
Are we having a 9th meeting?
So that I will suggest to you that we will probably not, because the election results are not likely to be certified. So it doesn't really make sense to have a meeting after the election, but before we can seat a new board. So I don't believe we will have a meeting.
Good to see you again, buddy. You were almost out of here, but watch that sun and burn your eyes, yeah.
Okay, so
One more.
so I got one more meeting. All right. Well, calendars are tricky. They've been around for a couple thousand years. I guess.
It's not your fault. It's atypical, but I just remember around elections, we generally.
Things
Hey,
get
the
weird.
official Mayan calendar ended, we're on our own now.
Macho Man Randy Savage saved us from the apocalypse that one year. Anyways, the railroad crossing stories and repairs, all that good stuff. Last time I get to ask it.
No updates for you, Mayor Pro Tem Grace, on the railroad crossing, other than what we've already talked about.
Okay. Otherwise, no other delays in like road repairs, the little pathway from Hammond Farm down, all that stuff still on
Nope,
schedule?
so, not that I know of, we did just open bids for our road and sidewalk projects and concrete work, so we had 3 different bid packages for chip seals, chip and slurry seals, asphalt, repairs, including Second Street, and a whole bunch of sidewalk work. Those came in actually for the first time in a long time. We got great bids, well below our budget estimates. So we may be able to add work to those projects this year beyond our 5-year plans, but we hope and expect to bring those to you for approval in April, so they can start work in May.
Awesome. That's it.
Awesome.
That's all I got.
Well, I concur with Trustee Hardy. It was awesome seeing the the artwork going up at I-25.
Yeah.
We're planning down the road, right, to do something in that tunnel? You
Yeah.
think? Okay, cool. I think that'd be a great next step.
We certainly would love to do murals or some other kind of art through the tunnels into the mobility hub from the parking lot.
Do you think we could put that in or talk about that for the next year's budget, or is that thing more long-term?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just think it's awesome having that big thing. Fine. My brain's kind of fried. I unfortunately, this is one of those days where I had a lot of staff compliments, but I can't remember them right now.
Okay.
Thanks to the planning for being here. The only other thing, tomorrow morning I have Thompson Valley Kids, it's called Shadow a Cabinet Member, but I'll be meeting with them and the mayor of Loveland, kids that are kind of interested in politics. And then tomorrow is also the hearing for the Rail Commission that includes the bill that establishes funding through a rental car fee, $2 in electric rental cars, $3 in gas rental cars. Obviously, we would be paying into that. We don't have any rental cars, but we're within the district. Rental car companies seem to be somewhat opposed. Most of them are making the arguments that they come out of DIA, which is not in the district, but they'll be subject to having to pay this. So it's an interesting argument, I think, for them. I think particularly for us, because if we're not getting rail, then what choice do people have to come and visit us, if not through a rental car? But yeah, I think we're all in the boat. I don't know what else we can do to really promote rail. I think our options are becoming more and more limited when Weldon got removed, and really the only ones that are anywhere similar to us right now are Wellington. But it seems like all the smaller communities along the alignment either now have stops through Amtrak or through RTD. So I didn't really have an encouraging conversation at all with leadership, our past chair today, but he was very sympathetic to Berthoud. But he really kind of gave me it that you guys aren't getting anything. And so I guess it's good to kind of get to the end of this, but I think it's good we still keep advocating, and in my opinion, show the state what they're doing is just not right, not the way to do things.
You just have to make a Berthoud Wood Nichols and do those like what they did on the Silverton Durango mock train robbery. Promote Berthoud.
I think we need to furnish more public art by downtown that might not be complimentary to all the passengers driving by. They have to look at it every single day, but.
Build our own train in Wagner Farm Park.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, they had a railroad car there.
So I don't have anything else right now. But thank you all for tonight. So go ahead.
Mayor, sorry, I would like to move to extend the meeting until the completion of a prompt discussion in the executive session.
Good, so
I
it's
intend- I
tomorrow.
do intend to be brief.
All right, trustee Ayers has moved, Mayor Pro Tem Grace has seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, would anyone like to read, is there any other update? Staff?
I'm good. I'll shoot you guys an email.
We've got your police report. Awesome, thank you. Would anyone like to move us into an executive session?
I move to move to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing a strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute, section 24.6.4024 EI, following provided for informational purposes, potential property acquisition.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Grace has moved on this, trustee Hardy is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grice.
Yes.
Mayor Parsbeck.
Yes. All right, thank you, everyone.
Last executive session readout.
You never know what we can do in that last meeting. We'll find something.
Yeah.
Oh, cause yeah, it's
We gotta go to a different room.
we have to go upstairs.
We're going to the wine room?